Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. It is time to start. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, let us start now. The third plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. I declare open the Summit of the Future. This summit is held in accordance with Resolution 76/307 of 8 September 2022 and Decisions 78/555 of 10th July 2024 and 78/564B of 6 September 2024 and takes place under Agenda Item 123 entitled Strengthening of the United Nations System. In connection with this item, the Assembly has before it a draft resolution issued as document A/79/L2 and a draft amendment issued as document A/79/L3. The draft resolution before the Assembly contains the Pact of the Future and its annexes, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. They represent the combination of many months of negotiations and embody compromise from all sides. No internationally agreed document is perfect. However, I strongly believe that the Pact, Compact, and Declaration represent the broadest support of member states. I urge all states to support the adoption of the Pact of the Future and its annexes. I give the floor to the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation to introduce draft amendment A/79/L3.
Господин председатель,
Mr. President, almost 2 years ago, the GA resolution A/Res/76/307, at that time, we wouldn't guess at the outcome document of our summit, the Pact for the Future, we agreed would be agreed upon ahead of time in accordance with consensus through intergovernmental negotiation. Unfortunately, this task was not fulfilled. Today, in violations of procedure for the adoption of the text, a number of delegations did not support this text. To speak strictly, we don't have anything to adopt today, and that is not the fault of the current president of the GA and his predecessor. They inherited this problem from previous from predecessors and did all they could, but didn't have enough time. Today, we'll probably hear a great deal of praise for the pact and for those who took part in the negotiations. Colleagues, you must understand that all of this is hypocritical. In fact, the intergovernmental negotiations on the pact did not really take place. There was no meeting where delegations met, sat down at the same table, and held real negotiations on the draft broken down by paragraph. From the very beginning, the writers included in the text that was suitable to Western countries. And these questions were not resolved from the beginning to the very end. We requested sitting down and discussing these problems at the same table. But this cannot be called multilateralism. What happened is a major defeat for the UN, because the principle of the sovereign equality of states enshrined in the Charter was sacrificed to the interest of a certain group of countries, and their interests were clearly laid out over the past months. Through these negotiations, it was decided by this group of countries what the document should look like and what should not be included in it. These are abuses that we have seen in the UN. There are a number of delegations that not only remained silent but supported this draft pact. And a great deal of this did not suit those delegations. What about the principle of leaving no one behind, which the SG likes to extol? Essentially, no one is happy with this text. Can we build the future on such a foundation? Is this what we are going to show to future generations? Mr. President, it would have been optimal not to put forward this non-consensus-based text, but to continue negotiations until this document finally is acceptable to all without exception. The direct negotiations with delegations and not maneuvers through coordinators. This summit would be our then common future, the victory of multilateralism in the UN Charter. I hope that you, Mr. President, will have the courage to propose this kind of procedural solution, and its details can be worked out in parallel with our summit. If you decide to do so, to move further and to push through a non-consensus text, then on behalf of a number of countries, Belarus, Nicaragua, and the Russian Federation, we would like to propose an amendment to the draft text of this Pact for the Future and its annexes. Based on our amendment, the principle of non-interference in internal affairs of states, in accordance with the UN Charter, is something that must be followed by the UN. This is one of the fundamental principles of international law, which has not been reflected in the Pact. The amendment emphasizes the key role of the intergovernmental nature of UN decisions. The amendment emphasizes the need to prevent duplication of efforts and to maximize the effectiveness of the use of UN resources. All this is especially relevant given the current budget crisis in the organization. This amendment is not ignoring the needs of the Global South, but on the contrary, trying to protect them from further pressure from the collective West, which has not honored its previous obligations, for example, with the SDGs. And now they're trying to create new obligations, and now they are hiding behind the backs of the Global South. Given the proposal of our amendment, we are hoping for the support of all delegations. And so our amendment being put to a vote was trying to uphold the intergovernmental nature of the UN and its charter. If our amendment is not included into the text of the Pact, then we distance ourselves from the consensus on this document, on the Global Digital Pact as well. With regard to the provisions on disarmament, participation of NGOs in the work of the UN and the OHCHR. In any case, we believe it's crucial to emphasize that the Pact is not a document that automatically creates new mandates and obligations for member states. It is simply a declaration. and quite a vague one. New mandates and obligations can only appear through an intergovernmental process that would take place through essentially a different process than how the work on the Pact and its provisions were organized. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Russian Federation. I now give the floor to the representative of the Republic of Congo on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have the honor to take the floor on behalf of the African Group, which my country is chairing for the month of September. President, the African Group would like to warmly congratulate the President of the General Assembly for co-facilitating this event, and also the Secretary General of the United Nations. We thank you for your tireless efforts, which together we have conducted during the negotiations that were so difficult and laborious. The African Union believes that it's our collective responsibility to ensure and guarantee a better future for current and future generations. We are now at a crossroads. Given what is at stake currently, what will define our common future, the African Group feels that we need to show unity and our capacity to find common answers to the multiple complex challenges that we are facing today. The African Group firmly believes that the adoption of this kind of amendment is not going to help us meet our expectations and legitimate aspirations. The African
le leadership du président de l'Assemblée générale et l'appui dans tous ses efforts pour l'adoption du pacte pour l'avenir. Enfin, le groupe africain propose qu'aucune décision ne soit prise concernant le projet d'amendement A79L3. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Please stop it. Interpretation is not going. Please, Congo, can you start now? I'm sorry about that. Please, Congo, start now so that we can have the interpretation.
I thank you, Mr. President. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, I have the honor to take the floor on behalf of the African Group, of which we have the presidency. Mr. President, the African Group would like to address our warm congratulations to the President of the General Assembly, to the co-facilitators, as well as to the Secretary General of the United Nations for all of the efforts that we have undertaken together to ensure that we have gotten through these very complex, difficult negotiations. The African Group believes it's our collective responsibility to ensure and guarantee a better future for current and future generations at a time when we find ourselves at a crossroads. Given what is currently at stake, things that will define our common future, the African Group believes that we need to show our unity and our ability to provide common concerted answers to the multiple and complex challenges that we are facing today. The African Group firmly believes that the adoption of such an amendment is not going to help us meet our legitimate hopes and aspirations. The African Group firmly supports the leadership of the President of the General Assembly, and we support you in all of your efforts for the adoption of the Pact for the Future. And finally, the African Group would propose that no decision be taken with regard to the draft amendment A79L3. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Congo. The representative of the Congo has moved, within the terms of Rule 74 of the Rules of Procedure, that all action be taken on draft amendment A/79/L3. Rule 74 reads as follows. During the discussion of any matter, a representative may move the adjournment of the debate on the item under discussion. In addition to the proposer of the motion, two representatives may speak in favor of and two against the motion, after which the motion shall be immediately put to the vote. Does any member wish to speak? I call on the representative of Mexico to take the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President.
México secunda la moción de
Mexico
no acción.
would like to second the motion for no action, and we invite all members to vote yes in favor of the motion. The text of the amendment presented was never raised during negotiations, which prevented due consideration being given to it by delegations and by facilitators. Delegations have undertaken very many rounds of negotiations, and they have shown willingness to achieve consensus. We'd like to congratulate you and the co-facilitators for the work that you have done. Mexico also would have liked to put forward amendments on matters that are close to our hearts and a priority for our foreign policy, but we believe that the text that we have before us now is the best result possible, and it lays the foundation for the future work of this organization. We reiterate our willingness to continue to participate in constructive, transparent, and good faith negotiations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of Mexico. I call on the representative of Cameroon to take the floor.
Mr. President, I would like to thank you for giving me the floor. Mr. President, the delegation of Cameroon supports the motion introduced by Congo on behalf of the African Group. Cameroon firmly supports this document. Thank you.
I thank the representative of Cameroon. I call on the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to take the floor.
Señor Presidente,
Mr. President, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela has the honor to take the floor on behalf of delegations of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Syrian Arab Republic, and my own country with regard to the motion for no action that was introduced by Congo. This procedural maneuver that we are witnessing is a further demonstration of the arrogant view of certain Western states that we have had to, unfortunately, put up with during a very long and complex process of negotiations. It's also a maneuver which demonstrates, amongst other things, the fact that the provisions of Resolution 76/307 of the General Assembly have not been complied with. The text in A78L2, however, was not approved previously and was not certainly approved by consensus. If we have a different interpretation of what previously agreed, and I quote, and end the quote, means, and as defined in operative paragraph 4 of the modalities resolution, it might be a good idea for the Office of Legal Affairs to provide us with immediate guidance, Mr. President. These countries understand that there's no consensus on the Pact for the Future because largely of the lack of political willingness of those same countries to enter into good faith negotiations over the last 18 months on various issues that are so controversial and critical for very many other countries. They continue to prefer to drive forward a course of action that aims to ignore the very existence of these divergent opinions rather than allowing member states to freely express their points of view on the substance of the amendment, which is very direct and based on principles of language. That's what's before us now. This amendment would contribute to us achieving our legitimate national aspirations. We'd also point out that the substance of this amendment was raised during negotiations and it was never taken into account. Currently, the Pact is selective in the way in which it addresses the various principles addressed in the UN Charter, and it does not refer at any time to the sacred principle of non-intervention in the domestic affairs of states contained in Article 2.7 of the UN Charter. President, whereas we are of this reality and in accordance with Article 74 of the General Assembly Rules of Procedure, we would like to respectfully ask all member states to vote against this motion for no action and vote in favor of the amendment contained in document A79L3. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. I call on the representative of Belarus to take the floor.
Господин председатель.
Mr. President, thank you for giving me the floor. The delegation of Belarus turns to this august assembly with the request to examine the substance of the amendment contained in document A/79/L3. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the representative of Belarus. We have heard an objection to the motion by the representative of the Congo. I shall now put to a recorded vote the motion submitted by the representative of Congo that no action be taken on draft amendment A/79/L3. Those in favor of the motion, please signify. Against? Abstentions?
The General Assembly is now voting on the motion submitted by the representative of the Congo that no action be taken on draft amendment A/79/L3. Press the green button to vote in favor of the motion by the Congo that no action be taken on the amendment. Press the red button to vote against the motion by the Congo that no action be taken on the amendment. Will all delegations confirm that their votes are accurately reflected on the screen? The voting has been completed. Please lock the machine.
The result of the vote is as follows. Please listen carefully. The result of the vote is as follows. In favor, 143. Against, 7. Abstentions, 15. The motion is adopted. Since the motion for no action on the draft amendment is adopted, the Assembly will proceed to take action on the draft resolution. The Assembly will now proceed to consider draft resolution A/79/L2. I give the floor to the representative of the Secretariat.
Thank you, Mr. President. The present oral statement on draft resolution L2 is made in the context of Rule 153 of the Rules of Procedure. The full statement has been distributed to Member States. Pursuant to requests contained in paragraph 34C, 41C, 57A, 81A and B, 83E of the Pact for the future, additional resources in the range of 1.5 to 1.8 million, excluding staff assessment, would be required for the 2025, for which details would be included in the revised estimates report to be presented at the main part of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Regarding the request contained in paragraph 37F and 42B of the Pact, it is envisaged that additional resources would be required for 2025. The Secretary General would, following consultations, submit resource requirements for 2025 in the revised estimates report. The Secretariat will further assess if paragraph 76 and 78B could give rise to budgetary implications. Additional resources which may be required for 2026 and subsequent years, pursuant to requests contained in paragraph 37F, 41C, 42B, 57A, 74A, and 81B of the Pact, would be presented in the proposed program budgets in the applicable years. With regard to the request contained in paragraph 48 and 72 of the Compact, it is envisaged that additional resources would be required for 2025. The Secretary General would, following consultations, including with Member States, submit a proposal on the resource requirements for 2025 for consideration by the Assembly during the 79th session. And with regard to the request contained in paragraph 56A, 56B, and 74 of the Compact, it is not possible to estimate implications at this time in the absence of modalities. When the modalities are determined, the Secretary General would assess implications in accordance with the Rule 153. Additional resources which may be required for 2026 and subsequent years, pursuant to requests contained in paragraph 48 and 72 of the Compact, would be presented in the proposed program budget in the applicable years. With regard to the request contained in the third subparagraph, paragraph 43 of the Declaration of Future Generations, it is not possible to estimate implications of this time owing the absence of the modalities. When the modalities are determined, Secretary General would assess the implication in accordance with Rule 153. And pursuant to request contained in the fourth subparagraph, paragraph 43 of the Declaration, additional resources would be required for 2028, for which details would be included in the proposed program budget for 2028. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the Secretariat. Before proceeding further, members are reminded that pursuant to Decision 78/555, any explanation of vote on the outcome document shall be incorporated into national statements instead of being made at the opening segment. Furthermore, as indicated in the letter from the President of the General Assembly, dated 4th September 2024, Member States are encouraged to use the debate on Agenda Item 123, scheduled for 7th October 2024, to put on record any further views on the elements of the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. The Assembly will now take a decision on draft resolution A/79/L2 entitled the Pact for the Future. May I take it that the Assembly decides to adopt draft resolution A/79/L2? It is so decided. I would like to express my sincere thanks to Her Excellency Antje Liendest, Permanent Representative of Germany, and His Excellency Neville Getz, Permanent Representative of Namibia. Her Excellency Anna Karin Enestrom, Permanent Representative of Sweden. His Excellency Chola Milambo, Permanent Representative of Zambia. His Excellency Brian Wallace, Permanent Representative of Jamaica, and Her Excellency Joka Brandt, Permanent Representative of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, who ably and patiently conducted discussions and complex negotiations on the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations. I also express my sincere thanks to His Excellency Thomas Zarneysen, Chargé d'Affaires ad interim of the Permanent Mission of Germany, for his work in the final stage of the process. Finally, I wish to recognize the hard work of the teams that supported the 6 co-facilitators over multiple sessions, including Agnes Julin, Audrey Gatana Namases, Cornelia Jarash, Ernst Reuter Marcel, Jan Bush, Johann Shekeni, Julia Fielding, Marcus Kreft, Moses Jere, Regelia Voges, Sevelina Ashipal, Tilman Scherf, Yannick Da Costa, and many more. I am sure members of the Assembly will join me in extending to them our sincere appreciation. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we gather today representing the peoples of the world, united by our shared aspirations for the future. Our future is in our hands. We have the power to make important choices for the future. We stand at crossroads of global transformation, facing unprecedented challenges that demand urgent collective action. From conflict and climate change to the digital divide, from inequalities to threats against human rights, together we all face profound challenges. Yet, alongside these challenges, there is hope. There is hope because challenges come along with opportunities. The opportunity for renewal, innovation, and global cooperation is within reach. Our Summit of the Future has given us a pact. The Pact for the Future just adopted represents our pledge not only to address immediate crises, but lay the foundations for a sustainable, just, and peaceful global order for all peoples and nations. The commitments embodied in the Pact and its annexes reflect the collective will of member states and must guide our actions and encourage us to promote international peace and security, invigorate implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, foster just and inclusive societies, and ensure that technologies always serve the common good of humankind. We must move forward together in a spirit of solidarity and multilateral cooperation. The Summit of the Future is a call to action. We must shape our future to protect ourselves and our planet Earth. Action that recommits us to the principles of international law, the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the promise of the United Nations Charter to save future generations from the pain of war. The path we choose must lead to a future where human dignity is respected and human rights are upheld. A future where peace transcends the mere absence of conflict and is grounded in justice, inclusion, and equity. Excellencies, our mission is to eradicate poverty in all its forms, tackle inequalities, and promote peace and security, tolerance, and respect for diversity. The summit offers a historic opportunity to ensure that progress is shared equitably across all nations and communities elsewhere. We have an obligation to harness the power of science, technology, and innovation in order to prepare the future of humankind. It is also important that we reproduce our human successes across generations all the time. Let us continue our efforts to reform and strengthen global institutions that support peace, security, sustainable development, and financial stability. Meaningful progress requires that all voices are heard and that all nations, regardless of size or wealth, have a seat at the table. The United Nations is the organization where all nations have a seat at the table. Throughout, we must recognize that none of our goals will be achieved without the full participation of women and girls. Advancing gender equality across all sectors of society will be of decisive significance. Equally, we must acknowledge the vital role of young people in shaping our future, ensuring their voices are heard, their rights protected, and their potential realized. Our youth are the torchbearers of tomorrow. This is especially true in Africa, where more young people will enter the workforce each year than in the rest of the world combined. Together, let us rise to this moment with courage and determination as we accelerate our journey towards a brighter future for everyone, everywhere. I thank you. I now give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summit of the Future. I thank the co-facilitators, the former and current presidents of the General Assembly and all member states for their strong engagement, creativity and spirit of compromise, and all my colleagues for their invaluable efforts over the past 3 years. We are here to bring multilateralism back from the brink. I called for this summit to consider deep reforms to make global institutions more legitimate, fair and effective based on the values of the UN Charter. I called for this summit because 21st century challenges require 21st century solutions, frameworks that are networked and inclusive, and that draw on the expertise of all of humanity. I called for this summit because our world is heading off the rails, and we need tough decisions to get back on track. Conflicts are raging and multiplying, from the Middle East to Ukraine and Sudan with no end in sight. Our collective security system is threatened by geopolitical divides, nuclear posturing, and the development of new weapons and theaters of war. Resources that could bring opportunities and hope are invested in death and destruction. Huge inequalities are a brake on sustainable development. Many developing countries are drowning in debt and unable to support their people. And we have no effective global response to emerging, complex, and even existential threats. The climate crisis is destroying lives, devastating communities, and ravaging economies. And we all know the solution: a just phase out of fossil fuels, and yet emissions are still rising. New technologies, including AI, are being developed in a moral and legal vacuum without governance or guardrails. And in short, our multilateral tools and institutions are unable to respond effectively to today's political, economic, environmental, and technological challenges. And tomorrow's will be even more difficult and even more dangerous. When the United Nations was established nearly 8 years ago, it had 51 member states. Today they are 193. The global economy was less than 1/12 of its current size. As a result, our peace and security tools and institutions and our global financial architecture reflect a bygone era. The United Nations Security Council is outdated, and its authority is eroding. And unless its composition and working methods are reformed, it will eventually lose all credibility. The international financial architecture was established when many of today's developing countries were under colonial rule. It does not represent the realities of today's global economy and is no longer able to resolve economic challenges, debt, climate action, sustainable development. It does not provide the global safety net that developing countries need. Meanwhile, technology, geopolitics, and globalization have transformed power relations. Our world is going through a time and turbulence and a period of transition. But we cannot wait for perfect conditions. We must take the first decisive steps towards updating and reforming international cooperation and make it more networked, more fair, and more inclusive now. And today, thanks to your efforts, we have. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations open pathways to new possibilities and opportunities. On peace and security, They promise a breakthrough on reforms to make the Security Council more reflective of today's world, addressing the historic underrepresentation of Africa, Asia-Pacific, and Latin America. They lay the foundations for a more agile peace-building commission and for a fundamental review of peace operations to make them fit for the conditions they face. They represent the first agreed multilateral support for nuclear disarmament in more than a decade. They recognize the changing nature of conflict and commit to steps to prevent an arms race in outer space and to govern the use of lethal autonomous weapons. They include measures to mount an immediate and coordinated response to complex global shocks. On sustainable development, these agreements represent major progress towards groundbreaking reforms of the international financial architecture. They will help to make its institutions more representative of today's world, capable of mounting a stronger response to today's challenges, and able to provide an effective global safety net for developing countries at a time when many of them are suffocating in debt and unable to make progress on the SDGs. The Pact for the Future is about turbocharging the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, accelerating a just transition away from fossil fuels, and securing a peaceful and livable future for everyone on our planet. It includes a groundbreaking commitment by governments to listen to young people and include them in decision-making at the national and global levels. And it commits to stronger partnerships with civil society, the private sector, local and regional authorities, and more. The Global Digital Compact is based on the principle that technology should benefit everyone. It includes the first truly universal agreement on the international governance of artificial intelligence. It commits governments to establishing an independent international scientific panel on AI and initiating a global dialogue on its governance within the United Nations. The Global Digital Compact represents the first collective effort to reach agreed interoperability standards essential for consistent measurement. And it supports networks and partnerships to build capacity on AI in developing countries. And the Declaration on Future Generations echoes the call of the United Nations Charter to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, committing governments for the first time to taking the interest of our descendants into account in decisions we take today. Respect for human rights, cultural diversity, and gender equality are woven into all three agreements. In the face of a surge in misogyny and the rollback of women's reproductive rights, governments have explicitly committed to removing the legal, social, and economic barriers that prevent women and girls from fulfilling their potential in every sphere.
Excellencies, I welcome these three historic agreements, which mark a shift toward a government that is more effective, more inclusive, and that is more network-based in its functioning. I fought for the ideas contained in these agreements since the very first day of my mandate, and I will be totally committed to their implementation until the very last day. We have unlocked the door. Now it is our common responsibility to walk through it. That requires not just agreement, but action. And today, I challenge you to take that action, to implement the Pact for the future by prioritizing dialogue and negotiation, ending the wars that are tearing our world apart, and reforming the composition and working mechanisms of the Security Council. To accelerate reforms of the international financial system, including at next year's conference on financing for development. To put humanity's best interests at the front and center of new technologies. Our success or failure hinges not on the adoption of agreements, but on our actions and their impact on the lives of the people that we serve. Excellencies, throughout my life, whether as an activist or at the United Nations, I have learned that people never agree on the past. To rebuild trust, we must start from the present and look toward the future. Throughout the world, people are hoping for a future of peace, dignity, and prosperity. They're crying out for global action to solve the climate crisis, tackle inequality, and address new and emerging risks that threaten everyone. And they see the United Nations as being essential to solving these challenges. All this was confirmed during the past 2 inspirational action days. The Summit of the Future sets a course toward international cooperation that can meet their expectations. Now we're taking these first important steps together, and I congratulate all member states for playing their part. Now, let's get to work. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. In accordance with Resolution 76/307, we will now hear from youth representatives. I now give the floor to Mr. Ghanim Mohammed Al Mufta from Qatar.
It's falling down. Yes. Thank you, Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, and special guests. I am Ghanem Al-Muftah, a UN youth representative from Qatar and a political science graduate with a noteworthy passion for global rights for all. I am honored to meet you leaders, head of states, and individuals in high positions at the Summit of the Future. If you allow me, I will share some personal insights with you, but not as leaders, but as fathers, mothers, and guardians, family-focused people who care deeply about the future of all children and the generations that follow. The decisions that we make today are not just about policies and strategies. They are about shaping a world where all children can thrive in an inclusive, safe, and sustainable future. I am a perfect example of my parents' dreams for me 22 years ago. I stand before you here today, proudly representing hope from yesterday's dreams, which will continue to carry me to my future. I have been raised with strong family values, where our home model was built on believing in yourself to manifest confidence for your future. As a person with disability, I have learned that true progress comes not from overcoming personal challenges alone, but from how we, as a society, embrace each other's differences. As I look around the room, I don't see anyone else like me. But you have accepted my differences without prejudice, gender, nationality, race, or religion. You have accepted all of me. This must be the way we conduct our tomorrow, where inclusivity is a fundamental right, not a luxury, where every individual can contribute to the common good of the future, no matter our differences. It is my destiny to be born with disability. I chose to accept it. But sadly, there is no choice for children where wars and conflicts cause unnecessary injuries and lifelong disabilities. The future for these children and families can tear away hope. 22 years ago, when my mother was told that I was hopeless and going to die, she only listened to her heart. She wrote a book, I Am Here. 22 years later, I'm still here, sharing my life experiences to lend others hope and to give a voice to the unheard. There are more than 1 billion people with disabilities around the world. If they allow me, I unite with them to say, we raise our voices to stop these unexpected disabilities worldwide where peace is unseen. It is in our hands to stop this global trend of violences in Gaza and around the world. We must end the suffering today so that a clearer tomorrow can be seen. We are all leaders here. A leader's role is to listen to the people. We must understand what the people want and address their voices through platforms like this to drive meaningful change. The future belongs to our youth. We must ensure that they are prepared to take on leadership roles in order to be the change makers. You must be the change you wish to see in this world. I wish all distinguished delegates and special guests a successful summit as we move forward to a new day of possibilities. Thank you so much.
I thank Mr. Al-Mufta. I now give the floor to Ms. Niria Alicia Garcia from the United States.
Tonansin, wait, Tonansin, wait, Tonansin, Tonansin, wait, Tonansin. With the permission of the Creator, the Lenape ancestors of these lands, and with the permission of your hearts, it is an honor to address you today, my dear relatives. First and foremost, I want to give thanks to the spirit world, to Father Sun, to Mother Earth, gratitude to the plants and animals, the sacred waters, the sacred places who gave humanity the sacred knowledge and understanding that made it possible for us to coexist in balance with creation for thousands of years. I bow to you and your ancestors, because we all descend from these good people who walked on Mother Earth in a good way. And I'm calling on them today for guidance. Why? Because our Mother Earth is hurting and she needs our help. Worldwide, our waters and sacred places are being desecrated. Corporate greed and war are pushing life to the verge of extinction. Global governments and politics are void of spirituality, of morality, and basic respect for life. My generation's hearts are breaking as we survive the impacts of climate disaster that could have been prevented. Breaking as we watch genocide of our Palestinian relatives live on our phones, despite the global call for a ceasefire. The Pact for the Future mentions words like sustainable development nearly 300 times, yet words like children, earth, and future generations are mentioned less than 60 times. This is green colonialism, and it needs to stop. Only one mention of local communities, 0 mentions of plants and animals, 0 mentions of frontline communities, and 0 mentions of indigenous rights. So I ask you today, do indigenous people still not exist to you? Are we not the stewards of 80% of the world's biodiversity? My relatives, I guarantee you that the continued exclusion of indigenous people, local and frontline communities, will inevitably lead to more destruction, pain, and suffering. Yet there is hope, because we are still here, and the world needs the leadership of indigenous people and of youth now more than ever. Collectively, we have the ancestral technologies, indigenous knowledges, and spiritualities to create real intergenerational solutions. Our cosmologies have the wisdom and power to guide humanity towards that good path again. But in order to do that, indigenous people must have equal representations as member states in all UN bodies. So I say to you today, global leaders, go home and ratify the United Nations declarations on the rights of indigenous people. Acknowledge and apologize and build authentic relationships with your indigenous people. Begin to meaningfully engage your youth. Go home and cut your military budgets and allocate those funds for climate solutions, to pay reparations, to pay for losses and damages we've experienced as a generation that is inheriting a devastated Mother Earth. Go home and ask your indigenous youth, respected elders, how much money we need to bring our solutions to life. And then go home and create the unrestricted funds to support indigenous people in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals on our terms. Global leaders, go home and give indigenous people our land back. To my indigenous youth and children of the world, we are so desperately needed at this time. We must join forces with our respected elders and keep fighting for a livable future. Our generation's biggest responsibility in these times is to not give up and not give in to hopelessness. We must stand to protect the sacred. We must stand to protect our sacred fires, our ceremonies, our songs, our prayers. We must speak our language, wear our traditional clothes, and be proud of who we are. Make no mistake that we have the medicine that this world needs, and that with the help of creation, we will turn the tide for good for the next 7 generations of all life forms to come. Tlazo Kamati, O Meteo.
I thank Ms. Garcia. I now give the floor to Ms. Monica Malit from South Sudan.
Esteemed world leaders, excellencies, and distinguished guests, I am Monica Malit. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today at the opening of the Summit of the Future. As I begin, my question to everyone today is, what encounters your eyes if you talk about the future? What voices overwhelms your ears? What test lies in your tongue? Of hope, of action, of collaboration, of inclusion, or of transformation? Our world is at crossroads, confronted by uncertainties and challenges that cross borders, regions, and communities. Among the most pressing issues at the escalating refugee crisis. If left unaddressed, this will destabilize societies, hinder growth, and sow divisions. Reflecting on my own experiences, living South Sudan with only one language to speak, I had to struggle in a class with people who were 3 years in class before me. Kenya, a land of refuge, turned to be a land of where I thrived. Through the gates of education, it's opened its heart. The University of Nairobi gave me a chance to rise, to lead, and to speak for the voiceless. Not just as a student, but as a student's president. A refugee crowned with the trust of a nation, my journey, not just of books and lectures, but of forging a future where the silent speak. With the right resources, I secured the Albert Einstein German Scholarship. The support of UNHCR and Kenya granted me access to education, to thrive, to pursue knowledge, and turn dreams into tangible realities. Now, the weight of my law degree, I stand as a voice for the youth, for the refugees, and for all those forgotten. Through my journey, I learned that it is not enough to receive degrees. We need to exemplify leadership for us to thrive. And we lose it out when we let the youth and the refugees especially go unnoticed, unsupported, and unchampioned for. The flight of refugees underscores our collective responsibilities. Individuals like me, displaced by conflict, environmental disasters, and economic uncertainties, seek refuge, security, and a chance for a better life, not to be pitied. It is our collective duty to provide not just immediate assistance, but also long-term, compassionate solutions that uphold the dignity of refugees and enable their meaningful contribution to the society. Education remains a powerful tool for progress regardless of the constant cut down in education funding across the world. It equips individuals with the skills and knowledge to navigate a complex world with limited opportunities. For developing nations and emerging economies, investing in education is crucial for sustainable growth. We must ensure that education is accessible, equitable, and aligned with the future workforce demands. And for this, I want governments and key stakeholders in the education sector to think big on funding for education. In a world where world leaders openly make negative comments about refugees, none of us chose to be a refugee, and anyone can become a refugee. Without peace, there can be no safety nor development. Without security, there can be no stability. Without stability, education falters and nations fail. As we embark on this journey, let's envision a world and a future where it is shaped by cooperations, understanding, and shared purpose. Let today mark the beginning of a deeper collaboration, stronger institutions, and renewed commitment to creating a world where every individual has the opportunity to thrive. And to our world leaders, I'm very grateful that I have a chance to stand before you today and address you directly. The gaps are growing wider. The structures are rusting. While you talk of reforms, our future deliberations must not be rehearsed platitudes, but revolutions of thoughts. This summit, this moment, it is supposed to mend the fractures in our trust, to build a future where cooperation thrives. And to the youth, the future is ours to forge, not theirs to cling to, not theirs to pass down like spoils of war, because there are those who went for the war but were left in the war. It belongs to the bold, those who speak even when silence is expected. It belongs to those who demand more justice, more equity, and more humanity. Thank you so much.
I thank Ms. Malith. In accordance with Decision 78/564B, the opening segment also features statements by the President of the Republic of Namibia and the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany in lieu of the national statements from the plenary list of speakers. I invite His Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank all the previous speakers, especially the youth representatives, for their important input. It is for them, the youth around the world, that we have come together today. It is about their hopes for a better world. It's about their future. A special word of gratitude goes to you, Mr. President. Your leadership has proven of vital importance. At a time of great tension and uncertainty, we need the Pact for the Future more than ever. The previous speakers have already explained how deeply our fates are linked by the global challenges we are facing. War, climate change, poverty and hunger, impediments to free and fair trade, global health threats, technological developments such as AI, which, as well as huge opportunities, also harbor the potential for abuse and for exacerbating economic imbalances. The Pact does not just acknowledge these challenges. It expresses our commitment to confronting them, not alone, not one by one, but together, East and West, North and South. The Pact for the Future can serve as a compass for us, a compass whose needle points towards more cooperation and partnership instead of towards more conflict and fragmentations. A compass guiding us to a more just, inclusive and cooperative world. The Pact shows our determination to restore trust in our common institutions. It shows that all the talk of division, polarization and uncertainty will not be the end of the story of the United Nations. Because we still cooperate. We are still placing trust in one another. We are still committed to the principles of the Charter. And we are still willing to treat each other with respect and fairness. Respect and fairness, these principles have also been guiding us, Namibia and Germany, as co-facilitators of this pact. We come from different continents. Our political and socio-economic situations differ. And yet we manage to work together as friends. Thank you, President Mbumba, for your friendship and for the excellent cooperation. I also wish to thank everyone who helped us to carry the negotiations so far. The text before us today is the achievement of the countless men and women who overcome fatigue, the occasional feeling of frustration, political and ideological divides to achieve this global consensus today. You have proved that multilateralism is alive, that we can find common ground. Let's take steps towards a world that is safe, just, equal, inclusive, sustainable, prosperous, and above all, peaceful. The Pact outlines what those steps are, over 50 of them. Not only history would judge us if we didn't take them, but also young people around the world. The road is rocky, but what was that ever any different? Germany will extend its hand to anyone who wants to walk this road with us. Let's get moving. The future starts now. Thank you.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I invite His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Philemon Yang, 79th President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, Your Excellency Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Representative of the Youth, distinguished delegates. Today we gathered at this Summit of the Future to adopt, and which we have done already, a pact for the future, which our countries painstakingly negotiated over the past 18 months. We all are differently impacted by the weight of this historic moment for our global community under the United Nations. There is an African proverb that says, and I quote, "Tomorrow belongs to the people who plan for it today," end of quote. The Summit of the Future is a pivotal moment in our quest to shape a brighter, more just, sustainable, and peaceful common future for all humanity. It is a further commitment to bequeath to the current and future generations a world at peace with itself, a world in which all countries and peoples are prosperous, and a world that is more loving, more inclusive, and tolerant. At this critical juncture, the scale and degree of compounding challenges of poverty, hunger, climate change, economic inequality, conflict, and public health crisis may seem unsurmountable. However, this summit equally presents a historic opportunity for the nations of the world to combine their strength and resources and confront these crises head-on. Today, the world is at a crossroad. One path leads to an environmental catastrophe, widening inequality, global conflict and destruction, and the rise of dangerous technologies that threaten our security and civil liberties. The other path offers hope. Hope for climate change, global peace, the eradication of poverty and hunger, and the responsible harnessing of digital technologies for the benefit of all humanity. Therefore, the Summit of the Future is a timely and urgent call to action, urging us to choose the path of peace, prosperity, and sustainable development for all. The world of 1945, where the United Nations was established in San Francisco to promote unity among nations under the rubric of "We, the peoples," is contrastingly different from the world of 2024. So much has changed. As a result, we as leaders are once again called upon by destiny to come together and forge a brighter future for our peoples. To forge a brighter tomorrow for people and planet, we must be courageous to reform international organizations, including the United Nations and its Security Council. A new multilateralism, one that truly works, must rest on 4 key pillars of UN reform. First, the UN must empower nations and regions to adopt comprehensive pathways to provide economic opportunities and prosperity, underpinned by environmental sustainability. Second, the UN must strengthen global agreements and institutions to ensure the effective implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Thirdly, the UN must be equipped to finance these goals through an innovative global financial architecture. Fourth, we must harness the incredible advancement in science and technology for the common good, while being ever vigilant against the misuse of innovation such as artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and geoengineering. The Pact for the Future set out key global priorities for humanity, which are sustainable development and financing, international peace and security, science, technology, and innovation, the empowerment of youth and future generations, and global governance. I extend heartfelt congratulations to the respective facilitators and all member states of the United Nations for this profound accomplishment. The Summit of the Future, under the able leadership of the permanent representatives of Germany and Namibia, has been a collective effort over the past 18 months to build consensus and restore trust, and to reinforce the principles of dialogue, cooperation, and shared responsibility. Excellencies, we need the UN because at the heart of this institution is a simple yet profound principle. Global problems require global solutions. It remains the most effective way to achieve peace, security, and prosperity. The Namibian government recognizes the profound significance of this summit for the future, for our planet, to meet the targets set forth in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Agreement. Sustainable development must be our guiding principle, summarized by 5 Ps: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. People signify our commitment to leave no one behind. Planet signifies the urgent need to live within planetary boundaries. Prosperity calls for extending the benefits of modern education and technology to all. Peace in the nuclear age requires nations to live together under international law and the UN Charter. Partnership between governments, civil society, and business are essential to achieving our shared goals. We must leave this summit with renewed commitments and concrete action plans to eradicate poverty, eliminate hunger, tackle climate change, and build a global economy that works for all. Future generations will judge us not by our words, but by our actions. Excellencies, guided by the principles of the UN Charter, we must reaffirm our commitment towards peaceful coexistence and shared development. We have the tools, the knowledge, and the opportunity to shape a better world. I am confident that together we can rise to the occasion and seize this moment in history for a brighter future that is peaceful, just, and sustainable. I thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Namibia. We have heard the last speaker for the opening segment. Before giving the floor to the first speaker on the list of speakers, delegations are reminded that statements are limited to 5 minutes for participating states and 3 minutes for other statements. Pursuant to Rule 72 of the Rules of Procedure, when a representative exceeds her or his allotted time, the President shall call the speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. In accordance with Resolution 72/313, the All Protocol Observed principle is recommended, whereby participants are encouraged to refrain from listing standard protocol expressions during their statements. I would like to appeal to speakers to deliver their statements at a reasonable pace so that interpretation into the other official United Nations languages may be provided properly. The list of speakers for each meeting shall be completed, and no speaker will be rolled over to the next meeting. Speakers who are not present when their speaking turn comes will be automatically moved to the next available speaking slot within their category at the same time. Finally, after the Secretary General's departure, the Secretary General's seat at the podium may be occupied by his representative. If I hear no objection, we shall proceed accordingly. It is so decided. Members are also reminded, in accordance with Resolution 76/307, 4 interactive dialogues will take place in the Trusteeship Council chamber in parallel to the plenary meetings. The first interactive dialogue has already started at 10 a.m. I invite His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General of the United Nations, colleagues, heads of state and government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the G7 plus countries, a group of nations bound together by a shared history of experiencing the horrors of conflict and the challenges of fragility, but with an unwavering commitment to peace, stability, resilience, and sustainable development. This summit represents an important moment for reflection, collective action, and renewed commitment to building a sustainable, just, and equitable future. As countries deeply affected by conflict and post-conflict circumstances, we understand all too well the cost of instability. The urgency of a united global response to build a future of peace, prosperity, and justice is a shared responsibility that cannot be overstated. For us, these challenges are neither theoretical nor distant. They are the stark reality that we contend with every day. Our countries have endured and continue to endure fragility, conflict, and violence. Still, we stand here united by a shared hope and common purpose, the pursuit of sustainable peace and development. Today, we stand at the crossroads of history. As this summit of the future has offered us an opportunity to adopt the Pact of the future, a transformative roadmap for a more inclusive, secure, and sustainable world. This pact gives us hope and inspiration for a better future. Mr. President, allow me to put forward 6 points to help in situating the G7+ countries in the Pact for the future implementation. 1, the call for national ownership and inclusive government. The G7+ was founded on the principle that peace and development must be driven from within. We advocate for national ownership of development processes and insist that efforts to address fragility must be grounded in dialogue, reconciliation, and inclusive governance. 2, promoting sustainable development in conflict-affected countries. The SDGs represent a shared vision for a better world. But for the G7+ countries, progress remains hindered by persistent challenges of fragility. Sustainable development and financing for development is essential towards addressing the unique needs of fragile and conflict-affected states. Therefore, we call for increased international cooperation, innovative financing mechanisms, and tailored approaches to ensure that no country is left behind. 3, fostering international peace and security. International peace and security form the bedrock of global development. For countries recovering from conflict, achieving peace is not a singular event, but a continuous process of strengthening institutions, promoting the rule of law, and addressing the root causes.
I thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I invite His Excellency Rashad Mohammed Al-Alimi, President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen, to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. أصحاب الجلالة والفخامة.
Excellencies, Majesties, Your Highnesses, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, I value this opportunity to address you today at such an important event where we together renew our joint commitment to the principles of international solidarity, mutual respect, and close cooperation. These are the principles upon which this organization was founded. Ladies and gentlemen, Yemen's experience over the past decade has been full of suffering and difficult challenges caused by the war by the Iranian-backed terrorist Houthi militias, which have wreaked havoc and caused destruction in many aspects of life. Therefore, our priorities may seem different from those of most of your countries, especially those countries that enjoy peace and stability. However, our aspirations are unified in that we hope for a prosperous future that all of our peoples deserve. Yemen today is one of the greatest humanitarian crises in the world, and it is further hindered by the aspects of war on all aspects of its the repercussions of war on all aspects of its life, including its inability to fulfill the SDGs and achieve sustainable development. However, despite these great challenges, the Yemeni people remain steadfast and determined in their quest for a better future. The reason for this steadfastness is the result of the strength of our people, men and women, in confronting these militias, and the constant support that the Yemeni government is receiving from the coalition to support diplomacy under the leadership of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates and their regional and international partners, as well as funding organizations and agencies, especially the IMF and the World Bank. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, amidst these difficulties and these disasters, I would like to deliver to you some good news that we have witnessed recently. Our efforts have recently succeeded in contracting the international Starlink company to provide satellite internet services to our citizens, so that Yemen is one of the pioneering countries in the region in offering this service. And we are relying on this service to enhance the exchange of information and the spreading of knowledge in order for young women and men to achieve and receive education remotely and to prevent them from being recruited towards violence and extremism. And I wanted to tell you this because we are working on dealing with the war and in creating hope, and we are doing this by working in three different aspects. First of all, we are trying to confront violence and aggressive thought and extremism. Second, we are trying to remedy the severe repercussions of the wars. And third, we are seeking to keep up with the future as much as possible, because we believe that the generations that were born in conflict have the right to grow up with better futures for peace and development and prosperity. We take part in the Summit of the Future today, and we are full of hope that we can prove that with your support and encouragement, that countries that are going through conflict and institutional fragility, these countries are able to keep up with international progress as long as the necessary innovative thought is there to keep up with the rest. The Presidential Leadership Council has been working with the government for the past two years to keep up with the Summit of the Future agenda in terms of enhancing technology in the world as a human right, or through empowering women and youth, for whom we have launched an ambitious program to develop skills in the temporary capital Aden, as well as an expanded conference that was held in Taas dealing with this topic. Despite the war and the financing crisis that was exacerbated by the terrorist Houthi attacks on oil installations, we are achieving amazing steadfastness with the support of our brothers in fulfilling our requirements and in putting forth ideas and projects that would achieve a certain degree of sustainability.
Here we are working with members of the international community to put together a strategy on Yemen that is based on moving from relief to sustainable development and in dealing seriously with the agenda of youth and the future, just as we care for the agenda to end the conflict and achieve a comprehensive peace. In Yemen, the humanitarian crisis is growing larger because of the climate change. Our country is dealing with extreme climate aspects such as drought and flood and rising temperatures. The microphone has been cut off.
I thank the President of the Presidential Leadership Council of the Republic of Yemen I invite His Excellency Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil, to address the Assembly.
I would like to thank the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for the initiative to promote this summit of the future. I congratulate Germany and Namibia through Chancellor Olaf Scholz and President Ngolo Mbamba for leading the process that brought us here. Almost 20 years ago, the then Secretary General Kofi Annan invited us to think about how to revigorate multilateralism to face the challenges of the new millennium. On that occasion, I highlighted on this very room the need for reform so that the UN could fulfill its historical role. That joint reflection bore fruit, such as the Peace Consolidation Commission and the Human Rights Council. Other ideas never got off the ground. We have two great responsibilities for those that succeed us. The first, to never go backwards. We cannot back down from promoting equality between men and women, nor from the fight against racism and all forms of discrimination. We cannot live with nuclear threats again. Nor it is unacceptable to regress to a world divided into ideological borders and zones of influence. To naturalize the hunger of 733 million people would be shameful. Going back on our commitments is calling into question everything that we have built so hard. The Sustainable Development Goals were the biggest diplomatic undertaking of recent years, and they are on track to become our biggest collective failure. At the current pace of implementation, only 17% of the 2030 Agenda goals will be achieved within the deadline. As president of the G20, Brazil will launch a global alliance against hunger and poverty to accelerate the overcoming of these scourges. At Climate COP28, the world took stock of the global implementation of the goals of the Paris Agreement. Current levels of greenhouse gas emissions reductions and climate financing are insufficient to keep the planet safe. In partnership with the Secretary General, as part of our preparation for the COP30, Brazil will promote a global ethical stock-taking, bringing together different sectors of civil society to think about climate action from the perspective of justice, equity, and solidarity. Our second common responsibility is to pave the way in the face of new risks and opportunities. The Pact for the Future shows us the direction to follow. The document addresses important topics, such as the debt of developing countries and international taxation in groundbreaking manner. The creation of a forum for dialogue between heads of state and government and leaders of international financial institutions promises to place the UN at the center of the global economic debate. The Global Digital Pact is a starting point for inclusive digital governance with the potential to reduce asymmetries in access to the benefits of the economy based on data and to mitigate the impact of new technologies such as artificial intelligence. All these advances are commendable and significant, but still we lack ambition and boldness. The global governance crisis requires structural transformations. The pandemic, the conflicts in Europe and the Middle East, the arms race and the climate crisis have revealed the limitations of multilateral fora. Most bodies lack the authority and the means of implementation to enforce their decisions. The General Assembly lost its vitality and the Economic and Social Council was emptied. The legitimacy of the Security Council shrinks every time it applies double standards or remain silent in the face of atrocities. The Bretton Woods institutions disregard the priorities and the needs of the developing world. The Global South is not represented in a way consistent with its current political, economic, and demographical weight. The UN Charter.
I thank the President of the Federative Republic of Brazil.
We need courage and political will to change, creating today what we want for tomorrow. The best legacy we can leave for future generations is governance framework capable of responding effectively to the challenges that persist and those that will arrive. Thank you very much.
I invite His Excellency Lazarus Mkati Chakwera, President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Forces, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Young, President of the 79th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, youth representatives, distinguished delegates. This is an historic gathering, for rarely do we make time to reflect on the tomorrow we are creating by our choices today, and rarely do we focus on creating multilateral solutions for problems that haven't yet occurred. As things stand, we are not likely to meet the targets we set for Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, because we seem more interested in moving with speed in destroying the future than we are in replenishing it. So now we must reflect on the extra gear we need to engage between now and 2030 to sustain the hope of young people all over the world that the old men and women in this assembly have what it takes to build solutions for a future that is not ours to inherit. This summit of the future is not about us, but about the next generation and their children, and we must make this pact of the future without rigging it with the prejudices of yesterday and the conflicts of today. Let me be blunt, Mr. President. Sustainable development is untenable without sustainable financing. As such, I call for urgency in remodeling development financing. I call for financing facilities that are more robust, inclusive, and humane. I call for financing that will catalyze global development in developing countries, because the underdevelopment of LDCs is a drain on the potential of the Global South and the Global North alike. What this means is we must shift from the mere provision of aid to the cultivation of self-sufficiency through robust private sector engagement. I am deeply concerned that many conflicts around the world not only remain unresolved, but are actively being stroked towards escalation, even here at this 79th Assembly. I am sure that no one in this room still lives under the naive illusion that we live in a world where a war can be won, for that world does not exist anymore. We must pursue a rules-based approach that seeks peaceful solutions to disputes, for it is evident that the current multilateral system has proven significantly inadequate in resolving these conflicts. We recognize the global utility of artificial intelligence in terms of improving productivity and decision-making processes. However, the least developed countries are faced with significant challenges in coping with this unprecedented technological advancement. It is therefore imperative that the global world makes deliberate efforts to improve the capacity of LDCs to reduce the digital divide. In Malawi and invariably in the rest of Africa, the youth are not just our future, but they are our present as well. We therefore must exploit this demographic dividend by developing technical skills and harness the enormous potential of the youth in order for us to achieve this fourth industrial revolution. Malawi reiterates our call for comprehensive UN reforms in order to create a UN that is fit for the future through fair representation and enhanced capacity to deal with complicated global challenges while promoting sustainable development. Additionally, the global financial architecture is crucial for creating a sustainable future amidst rising debt levels. Mr. President, the future we build depends on our collective efforts, and we urge our member states to turn the tide toward a brighter and more just world. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Malawi and Commander-in-Chief of the Malawi Defense Forces. I invite His Excellency Sadir Zaparov, President of the Kyrgyz Republic, to address the Assembly.
Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, today we are gathering at a critical moment in the world history where the international system is facing difficulties. In an era of global change, we must reassess established methods of multilateral cooperation and take fundamental measures that will not only address current challenges but also lay a strong foundation for the well-being of future generations. As the Secretary General of the United Nations stated, universal problems require universal solutions. The Summit of the Future is a unique platform that will lay the groundwork for a new global architecture that works for everyone, not just the privileged few. Using this high platform, I invite all high-income donor countries to actively participate in the upcoming replenishment of the International Development Association of the World Bank. It is the International Development Association and the similar organizations that provide important assistance to low-income countries, helping to eradicate poverty, develop infrastructure, and increase resilience to global challenges. My views align with the document SDG Stimulus to Deliver Agenda 2030, presented by the UN Secretary General in February 2023, where the document outlines three main actions: addressing the issue of high debt costs and the growing risk of debt crisis, scaling up the accessible long-term development financing, and expanding emergency funding for countries in need. To build strong bridges between the present and the future, we must strengthen the connections between nations. The coronavirus pandemic clearly demonstrated that the existing mechanisms of cooperation do not meet modern challenges. Therefore, the Summit of the Future is considered an important platform for rethinking global relations. Today, the international community faces many challenges: the rise in the number of forced migrants, increasing climate threats, and the unjust distribution of resources and wealth. The successes we have achieved often do not reach the most vulnerable segments of society. We need new approaches to multilateral governance based on fairness. That is why we must take decisive action as soon as possible. We do not have time to wait. The Kyrgyz Republic is ready to contribute to this great cause. We support the adopted Pact for the Future. We also support the adaptation of the Declaration on Future, as it is the future generations who will bear the greatest burden of decisions we make today. We must significantly accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. We have made significant progress in eradicating extreme poverty, developing infrastructure, and digitalization. Our experience in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals has shown that with the right vision and political will, even small countries with limited resources can succeed. Dear participants of this summit, the decisions we make now will shape the fate of more than one generation. Remember, the future is not an abstract concept, it is our collective responsibility. It is what we leave as a legacy to our children, grandchildren, and all who come after us. The world we are building today will become the source of their hopes and dreams. I invite you, esteemed leaders, to become architects of a future based on mutual trust, mutually beneficial cooperation, and impeccable fairness. We cannot live here without taking decisive action. The future demands bold and ambitious steps from us, without any delay. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic. I invite His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, to address the Assembly.
Thank you for this moment, President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, heads of state and government, and excellencies. Let me start off by congratulating Namibia and Germany for the excellent work they have done in guiding us all to this moment on reaching consensus on the Pact of the Future. We meet, President, at a time when the world faces many challenges and threats as well. Wars, conflict, and the specter of emerging conflicts are ever persistent and present features of our time. Climate change and public health challenges are not only an existential threat, but they are also reversing economic growth and developmental gains in many parts of the world. There is widespread inequality, poverty, unemployment, deprivation, and destitution in many countries in the world. These challenges transcend borders
Through this summit of the future, we must therefore forge global consensus on how to implement the solutions that are embedded in the Pact. This Pact must bridge the developmental divide. It must provide practical solutions to the challenges of today and tomorrow. The Pact for the Future is a great opportunity to change and also to reinvigorate the multilateral system so that it is fit for purpose to address the challenges that the world faces. It is an opportunity also to make good on the promises to reform the global governance architecture, including the international finance institutions and the United Nations Security Council, placing the fate of the world's security in the hands of a select few when it is the vast majority of the peoples of the world who bear the brunt of the various threats is unjust, unfair, and unsustainable. We agree with the UN Secretary General that the Summit of the Future is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to forge global consensus and make progress on priorities such as Sustainable Development Goals. For African countries, the summit must focus on global action in support of the continent's development agenda, Agenda 2063. To be meaningful, this Summit of the Future should reinforce the work towards ending poverty and realizing the fundamental right of development. This summit, therefore, must accelerate our collective efforts to advance development. The key element of the summit is working towards an agenda for peace, and this must involve strengthening the multilateral actions that need to continue taking place. We do believe that this is the time to recommit ourselves to adopting concrete actions, so we should leave this summit with a more ambitious, clearer, and concrete call to action to build a world for future generation that is far better for young people and for women than the world that we live in today. Our failure will in the end be a betrayal for future generations. And I do believe that we dare not fail. Action is what is required now. Thank you very much. I thank the President of the Republic of South Africa. I invite His Excellency Joseph Numa Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia, to address the Assembly.
Honorable Presiding, colleagues, Your Excellencies, esteemed representatives of partner governments and institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I extend my warmest greetings to you and pay due respect to all standing protocols. I am pleased to bring you heartfelt greetings of the people of Liberia, who with great anticipation look forward to the outcomes of these discussions. As you may know, our recent presidential and general elections, conducted in the spirit of peace and democracy, paved the way for a smooth transfer of power just 8 months ago and set the objective path to development. In light of this, we have introduced ambitious agenda focusing on agriculture, roads, rule of law, education, sanitation, and tourism as the foundation for achieving our sustainable development goals. We are gathered here with a common mission to find ways to work together to make the world a better place for everyone. Even though we are facing difficult challenges, I believe we are more determined than ever to overcome them. Liberia has encountered significant obstacles in making progress towards sustainable development goals, but we are determined and dedicated to overcoming these challenges. Our experience reflects the struggle of many developing nations which are hindered by social and economic pressures. Recent reports shows a concerning trend in global development. The 2023-2024 Human Development Report revealed that the world's poorest countries are falling behind, leading to greater inequalities and political divisions. Additionally, the 2024 Finance for Sustainable Development Report indicate that least developed countries are now spending 12% of their revenues on interest payment, 4 times more than a decade ago. This highlights the urgent need to reform in the global financial system. The current situation requires for us to take decisive action. We need to address the common challenges together and overcome the obstacles that are holding back our progress. As the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has emphasized, we must see these reports, especially the Human Development Report, as a call to action during this important summit. In Liberia, we have made significant efforts to promote good governance, reduce waste and corruption, and ensure that all resources are used effectively for our country's development in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. However, to accelerate this implementation of the 2030 Agenda, it is crucial to transform the global governance. We need to advocate for a financial system that prioritizes liquidity and reduces the burden of developing nations. By promoting international cooperation and accountability, we can create a fairer financial environment that empowers all countries to pursue their development goals. I urge the international community to take drastic measures to alleviate the economic pressures faced by vulnerable nations. Let's work together to remove the barriers that hinder our potential and enable us to advance our shared vision for sustainable development. The prevailing development challenges deliver to us a dear message that if countries are to turbocharge to achieve the SDGs, the financial system needs to be reformed to help us achieve sustainable development. Finally, I want to express my deep appreciation to the international community and the
I thank the President of the Republic of Liberia. I invite His Excellency Allah Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia, to address the Assembly.
President Young, Secretary General Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Estonia expresses its gratitude to the President of the General Assembly for this important meeting. We also commend Germany and Namibia for their enormous work in co-facilitating the Pact for the Future and bringing it successfully to a conclusion. The Pact aims to bring much-needed efficiency and reliability to what we do in the United Nations and multilateral arena. It is now our guidebook for a better, more peaceful and just future. Mr. President, by adopting the Pact, we also reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the rules, norms and standards set by international law, including, in particular, speaking in this room, the UN Charter. However, by the end of the day, the Pact for the Future is simply a document with words, and I hope good intentions. How we are going to implement this document is what will determine our common future. Whatever we do, the human rights, fundamental freedoms and the international law must always be at the heart of our global existence and cooperation. Because without upholding the UN Charter and the rule of law, many of us might be deprived of a future at all. Over the last years, we have witnessed the highest number of global crises and conflicts. We have witnessed brutal full-scale aggression against sovereign country by a permanent member of the Security Council in utter disregard of the UN Charter. But frustrates our societies with screams for change. Focusing on the Pact, we must first reform the Security Council. It is important to deter and delegitimate aggression as a rogue tool for statecraft. To deter crimes against humanity, war crimes. All the UN members need to demand more accountability on the Council to make sure no one can shield their own punishment for a crime with a veto right. In this context, it is our high time to strengthen General Assembly's role and responsibility in maintenance of international peace and security. Second, let us make every effort, from additional finance to capacity building, to bridge all divide between and within countries, particularly the digital divide. So what we can all as equals, and here I can emphasize especially our girls and women, step into the future. Thankfully, we have the global digital compact to guide us to that. One of the consequences of infection within the UN is a strong vein of multilateralism. Let us revive it. We have to find more opportunities for cooperation on fundamental issues between all states. Let us open doors to the civil society and youth for meaningful engagements in all our decisions and decision-making, as it is them who hold the key information from the ground. This is crucial for avoiding deeper crises and wars. Mr. President, Dag Hammarskjöld, former UN Secretary General, once said, "The UN wasn't created to take mankind to heaven, but to save humanity from hell." Perhaps we cannot achieve perfection, but we must ensure that we save people from war, famine, torture and injustice. Fruitful discussions and good intention only will not get us there. Without doing anything and staying paralyzed, nothing will happen, and I will see further erosion of trust in the UN and multilateralism. Nothing is for granted. For a world to be peaceful and just, non-stop hard work is needed, even if we don't see immediate results. Only by staying focused and moving forward with practical steps in implementing and agreed actions of a Pact of the Future will prove our people that UN.
I thank President of the Republic of Estonia. I invite His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, we gather here as members of a global family, not pursuing narrow national interests. The future is not distant. It is here, and the choices we make here will determine the fate of generations to come. Our theme, multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow, reminds us that no nation, however powerful, can resolve today's challenges alone. The climate crisis, inequality, pandemics, terrorism, and violent extremism, these are not local problems. They are global and demand global solutions. We live in an era of division. Too often, we allow lines of wealth, geography, or ideology to define our responses to global challenges. In doing so, we forget that standing apart leads to failure, while standing together ensures progress. The pandemic showed us how interconnected we are. It revealed that no nation can shield itself from a world in disarray. Yet, in its aftermath, we have seen irrational isolationism and blind nationalism resurge. This, my friends, is a path that leads to failure. We must return to the founding principles of the United Nations: cooperation, solidarity, and shared commitment to peace, which underline the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, whose fulfillment presents humanity with its most progressive charter. At the heart of today's crisis is the climate emergency, which threatens humanity's very existence. Africa, whilst contributing the least to global emissions, bears the heaviest burden. From floods to desertification, we're already experiencing its devastating effects. Despite the promises, the vulnerable remain abandoned. We're told to adapt and be resilient. But how does one adapt to famine or build resilience when farmers cannot predict the seasons? Africa cannot continue to pay for a crisis she did not create. We demand fairness, not charity. Climate justice requires an economic system that works for everyone, not just the privileged few. Mr. President, the vast gulf between rich and poor should be a stain on our collective conscience. Over 700 million people, that is 8.57% of the world's population, still live in extreme poverty, deprived of basic human rights: education, food, healthcare, housing, and the dignity of work. The pandemic exacerbated this inequality, pushing millions more into poverty, whilst the wealth of the richest soared. This is unsustainable, and it is immoral. We must build a new global economic order, one that promotes inclusivity and equity for all. The multilateral system, especially the United Nations, should be at the forefront of this effort. This leads me to a critical issue: the reform of the United Nations Security Council, the body charged with the maintenance of international peace and security. In its current form, the Council does not reflect the realities of today's world. It remains an outdated post-Second World War relic, with Africa, a continent of 1.4 billion people, grossly underrepresented. We cannot speak of multilateralism when the structures of global governance are rooted in an unjust and unequal order. Mr. President, the time for half measures is over. Bold reforms are needed to ensure that every nation, large or small, rich or poor, has an equal voice at the table. Only then can we achieve a fair and inclusive system of governance. History will judge us, not by our words, but by our actions. The world is watching. The future is watching. We cannot be the generation that stood by as the world burned, whilst inequality widened and promises of justice went unfulfilled. That is why Ghana supports fully the global pact of the future and its supporting documents. I thank you for your attention.
I thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana. I invite His Excellency Denis Bishirovich Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to address the Assembly.
Respected Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my honor to address the UN Summit of the Future, which aims to chart a path toward a more prosperous future. Bosnia and Herzegovina is firmly committed to the fundamental principles of the United Nations. We are aware of numerous global threats and challenges which far exceed the capacities of any individual country. We believe that global challenges can only be addressed through good quality international cooperation, implying an efficient and coordinating global response. It is imperative to establish a strong multilateral system that ensures inclusiveness. We can only create a world of security, justice, and prosperity through joint work, solidarity, and mutual respect. It is time for concrete actions to ensure peace and stability for future generations. Bosnia and Herzegovina is dedicated to its mission of contributing to global stability and prosperity. The Pact for the Future is very necessary at this time of crisis for democracy and multilateralism. The UN should be more effective in preventing conflicts, building peace, and fighting terrorism. The painful experience of my country shows that indecisiveness of the UN, even in the UN safe areas, leads to tragic consequences. One example is the genocide committed against Bosniaks in Srebrenica in 1995. Let's learn lessons from the past for our shared future. The character of today's challenges clearly identifies the path of our response. That is why multilateralism is the best response. Bosnia and Herzegovina is committed to the global goals of combating climate change. We support the Paris Agreement as well as the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its roadmap. We are actively working to improve policies in this area. International peace and affirmation of human rights are preconditions for progress. Only by strengthening human rights we can build societies more resistant to conflicts, injustices, and inequalities. UN represents a key organization for international cooperation and a platform for preventive diplomacy. Diplomacy and dialogue are key for the peaceful resolution of disputes and overcoming divisions, but also as a means of improving cooperation. Bosnia and Herzegovina will work hard to strengthen such a role for the United Nations. The future belongs to the young generations. I personally advocate for the comprehensive engagement of young people, not through symbolic inclusion, but as a concrete involvement in the shaping of policies at the national and global level. We can draw inspiration for a more secure future from the UN Charter. The Pact for the Future has enormous potential to reshape our multilateral system, ensuring concrete benefits for all. I call all of us to start concrete and comprehensive implementation of today's adopted Pact for the Future. I believe that summit is opening a new chapter in a process of strengthening multilateralism that is needed to all of us together. Bosnia and Herzegovina is ready to cooperate with all the countries gathered at this summit to preserve our planet and a safer future for new generations. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I invite His Excellency Lam To, State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency President of the UNGA, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Throughout history, mankind has marked this journey with considerable progress. Our intelligence has transformed the world, enhancing our lives with greater development and fulfillment. Yet, we're also facing challenges of our own making: climate change, epidemics, and depletion of resources, and the threat of weapons of mass destruction. The decisions we make today will shape the landscape of our future. In this era of rapid science and technology advancements, sustainable development and human interest must be placed at the front and center of our agenda. Science and technology innovations must drive social progress, and they should be human-oriented, promoting emancipation and well-rounded development while enhancing the quality of life and ensuring the well-being of humanity for generations to come. This progress should serve cooperation and not to be weaponized against other nations or undermine aspiration of nations for peace, development, equality, and justice. The fruits of human intellect should be directed towards economic development, building equitable and progressive society, and improving living standards, and reducing poverty. We need to shift our focus from investing in destructive weapons to enhancing healthcare, education, digital transformation, and greening efforts and public goods for the benefits of all. And this will pave the way for peace, stability, and sustainable development and equality among nations. At this critical juncture, strengthening solidarity, cooperation, and mutual respect is essential. We must uphold international law and UN Charter and resolving disputes through peaceful means. Major countries need to act responsibly and must be willing to share science and technology advances to foster collective growth. The UN and regional organizations, including ASEAN, must lead in advancing cooperation and coordination efforts to tackle global challenges and leverage technological gains. We're standing before a historic opportunity to lead the world into a new era of greater growth, progress, prosperity, freedom, and happiness for all. This can only be achieved through joint efforts and collective actions with close collaboration. Vietnam applauds the instruments signed at this summit, and we hope that these documents will be implemented effectively. We hope that the UN, in its coordinating role, and other international organizations will continue to make concrete, effective, and robust efforts to counter threats to rapid and sustainable development, beginning today. Vietnam is committed to actively participating in these collective efforts to build a world of peace and equitable development for the prosperity and happiness of whole humanity. Thank you for your kind attention.
I thank the State President of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. I invite His Excellency Mohamed Muizzu, President of the Republic of Maldives, to address the Assembly.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, good afternoon. Imagine a world where the United Nations is no longer an ivory tower, distant, remote, and inaccessible. A world where the multilateral system is not resolution after resolution gathering dust, as is often believed, but a dynamic force shaping lives in real time. For decades at the United Nations, we've been crafting visions, yet they often remain unrealized. In May this year, we adopted the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds. That agenda
along with the 3 outcome documents we will adopt at this summit, have defined our vision and how we can realize it if we choose to do so. It is time to deliver. It is time for the multilateral system to produce tangible results. It is time to turn the page to a chapter where multilateralism is more than a concept, but a lived reality. I offer 3 proposals on how. First, we must empower our young people. Young people shape the world of today, and they will lead the world of tomorrow. The declarations and the pacts we craft must inspire and engage young people. In the Maldives, we understand that an enabling environment is key to true empowerment. We are investing in cutting-edge digital infrastructure to ensure every young person has access to the latest technologies. Our vision is a Maldives where digital innovation is the engine driving economic opportunity and social equity. These initiatives will enable our youth to seize the opportunities before them, to unleash the power of their creativity, be the master of their present and future. Second, we must combat climate change. This is the biggest threat to the present and future generations. Climate anxiety is not a hypothetical concern. It affects nearly 62% of youth globally, and with good reason. In SIDS, extreme weather events have caused over $153 billion of loss in the last 50 years. Ignoring the 1.5 degree Celsius target is not an option. This summit should honor previous commitments on climate adaptation and mitigation, on loss and damage, and on the protection of our oceans and marine resources. The Maldives is committed to achieving a net zero climate resilient future. We are doing our part, and we urge all countries to do yours. Third, financing is the key that will turn aspirations to reality. The SDG financing and investment gap stands between 2.5 to 4 trillion US dollars annually. The system that was meant to balance scales has now been tilted. The Maldives knows this pain firsthand. We need adequate, predictable, and sustainable development and climate financing. It's time for a financial system that listens to everyone and works for everyone. Future generations will judge our legacy not by the processes we initiate, but by the concrete actions we take. They demand a system that delivers, a world where every challenge is met with courage, courage to halt the genocidal war in Gaza, courage to grant the State of Palestine full membership of the United Nations, courage to hold perpetrators of human rights accountable, where the UN is closer to the people, listens to the people, a future that is defined by equity, innovation, and real impact. As we leave this summit, let us commit to fully implement the 3 outcome documents of this summit. For the Maldives and for every island and for every soul dreaming of a better tomorrow, let us be the architects of that brighter future. Will we rise to the occasion? For the Maldives, the answer is yes. Yes, we will. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Maldives. I invite His Excellency Chandrika Prasad Santokhi, President of the Republic of Suriname, to address the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished heads, distinguished honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As we gathered at this summit, we are called upon to transform our deeply interconnected world for the benefit of current and future generations. The theme of our summit underscores the critical need and truth, multilateral solutions for a better tomorrow. Today, I find myself reminding ourselves of the reality that many of the commitments and declarations made today echo those that have been voiced time and time again. Therefore, our first decisive action must be to deliver on the promises and pledges made. We must act now with urgency to make this world a better place. Inaction is not an option. The Caribbean, to which my own country, Suriname, belongs, is a region that is confronted with existential climate threats and financial economic distortions, among which high debt. These nations struggle with enormous challenges in the pursuit of sustainable development as they lack the financial resources to invest in critical sectors such as health, education, and infrastructure. In 2022, low and middle income countries paid a record of $443.5 billion to cover their external debt as reported in the World Bank's International Debt Report 2023. Mr. President, funds that could have been directed towards building schools, hospitals, and resilient infrastructure to mitigate the effects of climate change. Yet, the global financial system continues to disadvantage and at times alienate these nations. Now that the multidimensional vulnerability index has been adopted, we expect that this mechanism will be effectively introduced in the operations of international financial institutions. My country, Suriname, for instance, a carbon-negative nation with an abundance in resources, is burdened by significant financial and economic challenges. We are successfully implementing reforms and adopting innovative strategies to ensure fiscal stability, sound economic and monetary outlook, sustainable resource management, protect biodiversity, and promote renewable energy and food security. We also face challenges such as inequality and marginalization of certain groups, including indigenous and tribal communities, healthcare access, and quality education, particularly in rural and remote areas, and inadequate infrastructure. All of these are bottlenecks in achieving sustainable development. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development remains our blueprint for a better future. Yes, we are acutely aware that progress has been uneven and in some areas alarmingly slow. It is incumbent upon us to accelerate our efforts to meet the SDGs. Small and vulnerable nations must be assisted in their sustainable development efforts, recognizing that the principal obstacles to growth and progress are not of their doing. Let us include the youth in designing the future as part of a whole and society approach-based and multi-stakeholder partnership. Let us foster national and global consensus. Let us be a united force. We must transition from fragmented to divisive approaches, comprehensive, inclusive, and transparent global role-based governance structures. In an increasingly multipolar world burdened as we speak by globally impacted regional conflicts of war and humanitarian disaster, it is a responsibility of all of us to call for a strengthened multilateral system. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, Suriname welcomes the adoption of the Pact of the Future. More importantly now is the time to effectively implement the Pact to the benefit of all of us. I thank you, and may God bless you all.
I thank the President of the Republic of Suriname. I invite His Excellency Jose Maria Pereira Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, to address the Assembly.
Senhor Presidente da Assembleia Geral, Excelências,
of the General Assembly, Excellencies, it is with profound honor that I address this distinguished assembly, bringing warm greetings from the people of Cabo Verde, whom I am privileged to represent. We are all cognizant of the journey that has brought us to the summit, notably since the adoption of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in 2015. The review of the UN's 75th anniversary in 2020 highlighted both the accomplishments of multilateralism and the path ahead in realizing the ideals of the United Nations Charter. This reflection inspired Secretary General Antonio Guterres to present the initiative, Our Common Agenda, and to convene this Summit of the Future, allowing us to chart a course for accelerating the implementation of the SDGs. Our Summit of the Future must be ambitious. Indeed, the future we want and the United Nations we need must rise to the occasion with ambitious objectives to address the immense challenges the world has been facing, challenges that are increasingly global, with consequences that are disproportionately affecting the most vulnerable nations. The pursuit of SDGs, including efforts to mitigate and adapt to the extreme events associated with climate change, has not been fully inclusive in the sense of leaving no one behind, and at the same time has fallen short of our goals. A key barrier to accelerated progress in this area is the persistent financing gap between pledges made and the actual funds disbursed. This gap fully underscores the need for a comprehensive reform of the international financial architecture, one that ensures financing mechanisms that are aligned with the diverse and evolving development needs of all nations. The absence of peace and security has been exacerbated by the proliferation of wars of aggression, interstate conflicts, and acts of terrorism across all continents. On the other hand, even where war is absent, instances of political tensions, unconstitutional seizures of power, and human rights violations have been increasing and has the inability to respond to people's desires and aspirations. Furthermore, political and ideological divisions are hampering the normal functioning of global and regional multilateral institutions, undermining their ability to provide lasting solutions to these conflicts and tensions. Unequal access to the benefits of science, technology, and innovation, particularly by the Global South, along with the risks associated to cybersecurity threats and the militarization of technologies such as artificial intelligence, as well as the ability to respond to the questionings and dreams of young people and future generations of men and women, are other global challenges underlining the imperative need for a more effective framework of international cooperation. The challenge to global governance calls for a reform of the multilateral system that must encompass all three pillars of the United Nations: peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. Reforming the Security Council, in particular, is essential to making it more effective, especially if it includes expanding its membership, ensuring balanced regional representation, and reducing the interference of vetoes in the decision-making process. Nevertheless, it is equally important to underline that our commitment to reforming multilateral governance cannot and should not distract us or relieve us from what we must do at the national and regional levels in relation to strengthening the democratic rule of law, upholding inclusive societies, deepening democratic practices, and fostering regional integration and complementarity. We must be
I thank the President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I invite Her Excellency Viola Amherd, President of the Swiss Confederation, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Charter of the United Nations entered into force almost 80 years ago. It established a prohibition on the use of force, respect for human rights, and laid the foundations for international cooperation. This text bears the hope of a solemn undertaking that states would work together for a more stable, just, and peaceful world. At the time, the international community was addressing the most pressing issues of its time. The Charter was, and remains so, visionary. Today, more than ever, we must follow the example of our predecessors. The constant here is multilateralism, with the United Nations at its core. In order to drive forward the necessary reforms, we not only need strong political will, but we also need to rebuild trust. I believe that this is urgently needed, because unfortunately our entire efforts were almost undone when the adoption of the Pact for the Future was jeopardized today. However, almost all member states were in favor of a strong negotiated text, for which everyone had had to make compromises, some of them painful. And, perhaps because of some of these difficulties, the Pact is proving to be an important and clear signal of commitment to the multilateral system. It is our duty, as members of the international community, to work together over and above differences, and to ensure that our common future is not determined exclusively by national self-interest. We must not be discouraged by these challenges. Quite the opposite. It is a wake-up call for all of us to intensify our efforts, and that together we can still succeed. So now is the time to act with even more determination. Multilateralism needs this, and we need multilateralism. We must not become distracted or throw in the towel, but we must continue to move forward together. Ladies and gentlemen, Switzerland is ready to take on its share of responsibilities. We remain firmly committed to the values of multilateralism, and we are determined to continue on the path towards a more sustainable, just, and peaceful world. Let us work together towards a strong and targeted multilateralism, multilateral agencies and organizations that focus on priorities and that work together effectively, and a system that addresses current challenges efficiently and effectively. Switzerland invites all states to join in these efforts. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Swiss Confederation. I invite His Excellency Kurelsuk Ukna, President of Mongolia, to address the Assembly.
Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the Summit of the Future represents a pivotal opportunity to shape a pathway toward a peaceful, sustainable, inclusive resilient, and prosperous future, as articulated by the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres in his report, Our Common Agenda. I would like to express my profound gratitude to the permanent representatives of Namibia and Germany for their successful co-facilitation of the preparations for the summit. I would like to extend my heartfelt appreciation to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres for initiating the Summit of the Future, which aims to assess the progress of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, reinvigorate its momentum, and accelerate its implementation. The documents we have adopted this morning, Pact for the Future, Declaration on Future Generations, and Global Digital Compact, following extensive negotiations and consultations, mark a significant milestone in reaffirming our shared goals and political aspirations during these challenging times. Mongolia adheres to a peaceful, open, independent, and multi-pillar foreign policy, respects the pluralism that arises from the history, culture, civilization, national interests, and development paths of all countries, and is committed to building international relations based on a multi-pillar approach. Our country also believes that strengthening multilateral cooperation anchored in international law and the United Nations Charter is vital for ensuring international peace and security. Enhanced dialogue, mutual understanding, and trust are the fundamentals for global stability and coexistence. I am confident that Summit of the Future will play a significant role in advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, including peace building, combating climate change, protecting global health, reducing economic inequalities, ensuring justice, and promoting science, technology, innovation, youth, and governance reform. In preparation for this summit, my country has organized a series of events in collaboration with the United Nations. I take pride in highlighting our successful hosting of the World Women's Forum in August, themed towards a green future, which culminated with the adoption of the Ulaanbaatar Declaration towards a sustainable future. We're pleased that the core ideas from this declaration are reflected in the documents that are adopted at today's summit. As we move forward, Mongolia will continue to fully support the United Nations in its vital role and coordination in global affairs, while further promoting UN-centered multilateralism. I wish the summit's activities great success. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the President of Mongolia. I invite His Excellency Wavel Ramkalawan, President of the Republic of Seychelles, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In this era of a multipolar world, we stand at a crossroads, grappling with existential challenges that not only threaten the very fabric of our global community, but tear at its increasingly fragmented seams. The stakes of our deliberations at this summit cannot be emphasized enough. The Pact for the Future must not just mirror the aspirations of all nations, it must embody the hopes and dreams of the most vulnerable among us. We cannot afford to make commitments to strengthen global cooperation on climate action, sustainable development, and equitable access to resources, only to see them diluted in implementation. The harsh truth is that despite our ambitions, there is a real risk that these commitments will fall short, continuing to marginalize those who are already most at risk, shutting them out of the very decision-making processes that shape their futures. To ensure that the Pact for the Future truly represents all sectors of society, we must actively engage young people in the development process, as their involvement is crucial to building a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable world today. The youth are not merely the leaders of tomorrow. They are the essential stakeholders of today. Their active and early involvement is critical to ensuring the sustainability of our initiatives. Addressing the digital divide is just as crucial. This inequality threatens to widen the gap between the haves and the have-nots, making targeted action essential. Strong partnerships are vital to ensuring equitable access to the technologies and infrastructure that underpin modern development. These efforts must be supported by resilient multilateral institutions, international cooperation, global solidarity, and shared responsibility, as no nation can tackle these immense challenges alone. To truly embody the principles of cooperation and shared responsibility, we must recognize and preserve the strategic significance of regions like the Indian Ocean, where fostering peace and collaboration is vital for both regional stability and the broader success of our global community. Just as the stability of the Indian Ocean is crucial to our collective prosperity, so too is the success of initiatives like the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds, which demands our unwavering commitment and the active support of the international community to turn its promise into reality. To ensure that the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds truly succeeds, we must move beyond rhetoric and into action. We urge multilateral institutions to recognize the critical importance of the MVI Index and to implement it as a key tool in their policies, ensuring that the unique vulnerabilities of the most at-risk nations are given the priority they deserve in global financing strategies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our collective future depends on the strength of our multilateral institutions and the solidarity of our global community. The challenges we face are daunting, complex, and deeply interconnected. No single country can hope to overcome them alone. Let us remember that decisions we make today will determine the world of tomorrow. For my small nation, the stakes could not be higher. We are ready, eager to contribute to a future that is sustainable, equitable, and just. But we cannot do this alone. It is only through cooperation, mutual respect, and shared responsibility that we can hope to tackle the enormous challenges. Let us ensure.
I thank the President of the Republic of Seychelles. I invite His Majesty the Sultan of Brunei to address the Assembly.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Your Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. Distinguished heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. Over 80 years ago, the United Nations emerged from a world torn apart by conflicts, embodying our collective aspiration for a future forged on unity rather than division. This resilient institution has navigated the rise and fall of empires and the impact of natural disasters and pandemics. Amidst these difficulties, the UN's core humanitarian principles have remained our guiding lights as we confront new and emerging global challenges. In line with our summit's theme of multilateral solution for a better tomorrow, would like to highlight three main points. First, in our interconnected world, the digital divide threatens to deepen disparities between nations and within societies. We also acknowledge that only through global peace can humankind strive to achieve remarkable advancement in technology, medicine, and infrastructure. Maintaining global peace ensures we continue to strive for partnerships that facilitate fair and inclusive technological progress for all nations. Second, for Brunei Darussalam, the Millennium Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goals are not mere benchmarks, but also beacons of hope for a better tomorrow. Therefore, the Summit of the Future reinforces the commitment that no one is left behind, firmly anchored in the values that define our shared humanity. Third, as a member of the United Nations and the regional bloc of ASEAN, for the past 4 decades, Brunei Darussalam has embraced its global role by advocating multilateralism and rules-based international order to preserve peace, security, and sustainable in our region and beyond. However, the current international peace landscape is at a critical juncture with persistent conflicts and diplomatic impasses testing the resilience of our global cooperation. As we convene at this summit, let us reaffirm our commitment to upholding the UN Charter and international law without prejudice or discrimination to unite our nations strongly. Together, we can transform our collective vision into a vibrant reality for ourselves and for generations to come. This is our pact for the future. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I thank His Majesty the Sultan of Brunei. I invite His Excellency Michael D. Higgins, President of Ireland, to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, Secretary General, Excellencies Akoija Ilyok. We find ourselves in the gravest of circumstances, circumstances to which it is not sufficient nor morally acceptable that we offer any passivity in the face of what are existential challenges. The task we have been given by Secretary General Guterres is to bring into being a United Nations and related institutions that will lead us through what are undeniable, urgent, interacting crises, political, social, economic, and most importantly, ecological. That urgency requires that what we say must have such authenticity by matching words to actions as will begin to recover and facilitate trust. To achieve this, we can draw on what were our better promising moments of achieving trust, such as in 2015, when we agreed to cooperate in recognizing and responding to the consequences of climate change and the promise of sustainable living. Those agreements released an intergenerational feeling of hope among the people of nation-states that we were willing to change our assumptions as to how we saw the connection between society, economy, and ecology. We are challenged, however, by the fact that our delivery on commitments made on sustainable development and climate change have been so much less than what was committed. We too are living through a pervasive and deepening inequality that scars our world. Never have so many had so little, and so few accumulated so much without responsibility. What we are wrestling with are the consequences of a globalization from above, led by the powerful without transparency, without consideration as to social justice or to ecological consequences. As a response, it is my strong belief that a new inclusive globalization from below can achieve a new invigorated United Nations that will, starting with food sufficiency and led by those on the ground, accompanied by and delivering universal basic services which will enhance democracy, improve participation, and give the transformative leadership we need. In envisaging a United Nations of the future, a United Nations that can serve the peoples of the planet, we must have the courage to look at not only its current weaknesses, but at those abuses of power that have consciously undermined the United Nations since its foundation in 1945. The failure to achieve peace, eliminate acute global poverty, hunger, or the consequences of climate change and biodiversity loss have been accompanied by a return to an arms race. Last year, global military expenditure increased by 6.8% to $2.44 billion, the highest ever recorded. Achieving food security and economy of sufficiency, the delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals, urgency requires, of course, debt sustainability. We cannot continue to ignore the debt burden hanging around the necks of the world's poorest, who have such little fiscal space to do the things being suggested to them, be it in responding to climate change or achieving sustainability. 3.2 billion people, let us remember, live in countries that spend more on debt interest payments than on the essential basic services of education or health. We need to give our fullest support then to campaigns that seek to eliminate hunger and poverty. In the interest of all, the few must indicate their willingness to change if we are to avoid the horrific consequences of climate change, lose prospects for sustainability, and effectively prevent the conclusion that as a species we have failed to achieve peace, have instead become addicted to war, have rewarded investors in instruments of debt rather than promoting sustainability. We can achieve the change that is necessary.
I thank the President of Ireland. I invite His Excellency Charles Michel to address the President of the European Council to address the Assembly.
Dear President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the health and strength of a community depend on every citizen's willingness to show his part of the burdens and responsibilities of the community. These are the memorable words of former Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld. And that is why each of us is here today to do our part and to share the responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, finding the best way to tackle our common challenges is the shared mission of our generation. And this summit is a unique moment to boost our ambition, and the EU is fully on board. We want a pact for the future that will invigorate multilateral trust and put the United Nations back at the heart of our actions. This pact is a powerful catalyst to speed up our sustainable development goals, make progress on human rights, gender equality, and protecting our planet. Dear colleagues, we must urgently reform our international financial architecture. We have already fulfilled our commitment to rechannel $100 billion of special grant rights to developing countries, and the EU has taken a leading role. But we all know this is not enough. We must do more. We should strive to rechannel more SDRs, up to 40% of the SDR allocation. And we must fulfill our past commitments. The EU, together with our member states, we are front runners in global development financing. In 2023, ODA from the EU reached 0.57% of our GNI, more than $100 billion. And we encourage other partners, including in the G7, to follow our example. If all G7 partners matched our ambition, it would generate $100 billion more every year. Ladies and gentlemen, we also need to make our international financial architecture more effective and more inclusive. Developing countries need more money, private and public money now. We must also tackle the problem of debt, because we cannot accept that low and middle-income countries must choose between fighting poverty and fighting climate change. They must do both, and we must support them to do both. Just one example. Last year, some middle-income countries had to pay 6 times more on average than a country like Germany for interest payments on public debt when measured as a share of public debt. The G20 Common Framework is a good tool, but we must work with partners to make it more efficient, more transparent, and more timely. I would like to thank you, dear Antonio Guterres, for your leadership. I would like to thank all the negotiators and co-facilitators for their work in making this Pact for the Future a reality. 193 countries have signed on to the Pact. Developing countries, together with the EU, we have tried to play a particularly positive role in helping reach consensus among all nations of the world, and this signals a path for future cooperation for the benefit of multilateralism and humanity. Diversity, tolerance, and mutual respect. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this Pact for the Future sends a powerful signal of confidence that despite our differences, despite the challenges we face, we can work together, and we want to work together. You can count on the EU to be a strong and reliable partner in making this pact a success. I thank you.
I thank the President of the European Council. I invite His Highness the Crown Prince Sheikh Sabah Khaled Al-Mahd Al-Sabah Al-Sabah, Amir of the State of Kuwait, to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Your Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to convey to you the greetings of His Royal Highness, the Emir of Kuwait, Sheikh Mish'al Al-Ahmed Al-Jaber Al-Sabah. May God protect him. His Highness wishes you all success in this summit. And allow me to congratulate the President of the 79th session of the General Assembly and the Secretary General on holding this high-level meeting to celebrate the outcome of the Summit of the Future that we adopted a few hours ago. The Pact of the Future should enhance cooperation and should allow us to address challenges and shortcomings in the global governance system. The Pact of the Future allows us to recommit ourselves to build a multilateral order that keeps abreast with developments. We value in this context the call by the Secretary General in 2021 to hold this summit, which lays a more effective foundation for international cooperation. Mr. President, we have been following consistently the challenges faced by developing and least developed countries. These challenges, many of which are transboundary in nature, include those related to development and climate change. These challenges show the importance of effectively applying the principle of equitable geographical representation and move away from discrimination and politicization. We agree with the Secretary General when he said that it is impossible to build a future for our children and grandchildren through an order or a system that was built by our forefathers without taking into account the future of young people. We are required today to work on introducing serious and practical changes to the global economic governance system, to networks of financial security, to international tax cooperation. We must reform multilateral development banks, and we must address the problem of sovereign debts. Mr. President, concerning the second chapter of the Pact of the Future, the chapter related to international peace and security, once again, we stress the need for us all to comply with international law and international conventions and treaties. It is important to refrain completely from applying double standards. What is transpiring in Palestine, the genocide that has claimed the lives of more than 41,000 Palestinians, most of them are women and children, and the inability of the Security Council to stop this aggression is a case in point. It is extremely regrettable that double standards have been applied in implementing international law. There should be no place for double standards in our future, so that we do not descend into a world where the rules of the jungle would prevail. Concerning the fifth chapter of the Pact, entitled Transforming Global Governance, more specifically the provisions related to reforming the Security Council. We call upon the international community to push for negotiating and working on accelerating the reform process so that the Security Council reflects our world and is responsive to our challenges to achieve a Security Council that is inclusive, effective, transparent and accountable. Mr. President, not long after its independence, the state of Kuwait has established the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, as we believe that enhancing development for developing and least developed countries is of paramount importance. The fund has provided since then concessional financing amounting to 1,073 grants and loans that were used to implement various development projects in 105 countries. We recall proudly the efforts by the state of Kuwait and its progress in implementing our national development plan and to achieve the SDGs and the Kuwait Vision 2035. We can no longer hear the speaker.
I thank the Crown Prince of the State of Kuwait. I invite His Excellency Cesar Bernardo Arevalo de Leon, President of the Republic of Guatemala, to address the Assembly.
Estimados amigos y amigas,
distinguished friends, it's an honor for me to take the floor before you at this summit, where we are sharing and establishing ambitious goals. This is an opportunity to protect the needs and the interests of present and of future generations through concrete actions, the concrete actions that we are adopting in this Pact for the Future. This is not yet another agreement, but rather it is something that commits us with responsibilities, renewing the commitments that we made as fundamental principles in order to strengthen the multilateral system and to make headway towards the achievement of our commitments that are the pillars of our organization: peace and international solidarity, human rights and sustainable development. All of these things relate to each other and mutually strengthen each other. We recognize that the world has evolved, and at this moment we are in a very different situation to the one that we were in when the United Nations was created 79 years ago. And this means that we need to understand the need to work in order to strengthen multilateralism based on the principles and goals of peace, cooperation, human rights and freedom, the things that motivated us 79 years ago. But that in order to achieve this, we need to benefit from new mechanisms that allow us to adapt to these new times. This Summit of the Future and the Pact that we have just approved are key milestones at a crucial juncture that the different peoples of the world are going through, and it represents the collective willingness to jointly address the challenges that humanity faces with a perspective of a future that is being built based on what we have achieved during our journey as an organization. As governments, we must commit to take measures to overcome the challenges of our time, from growing economic inequalities that deny billions of people their rights, or a triple climate crisis that is claiming a higher and higher price on lives and livelihoods across the country, or the renewed threat of wars that are spreading. Today, more than ever, international cooperation plays an important role in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and the targets put forward by this summit. We must therefore focus on reducing inequality and poverty and on peace building in all of the efforts that we make. Interdependence requires us to act with a higher sense of responsibility, solidarity and accountability in order to strengthen the rule of law both on a domestic and international level, and to put an end to impunity for lack of compliance with the responsibilities that we have taken on under the United Nations Charter and under international law and under international humanitarian law. If we fail in this effort, war, violence, famine and poverty that are always on the horizon will come back and ruin the lives of the different nations. Friends, in an increasingly changing world, reform of the Security Council is essential to achieve the goals of this new Pact for the Future, seeking to be a body that is tailored to current geopolitical challenges. Broadening participation to countries, developing countries and emerging countries will strengthen the legitimacy of global decisions, promoting more equitable and just governance. We applaud the focus in the Pact on means for implementation and for strengthening cooperation. We have a clear roadmap. We know what we need to do. Now we need to mobilise means for implementation in a sustained way in order to turn our words into actions. We seek to strengthen democracy, to combat corruption and to move towards a more inclusive society in a time in which the world and the microphone has cut off.
I thank the President of the Republic of Guatemala. I invite His Excellency Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania, to address the Assembly.
Today, the eyes of the world must be focused on this gathering. But can we honestly say that the people of the world still believe in the promise of a better future as they look upon us here? I have serious doubts, and that is something we must all confront under this roof, the very roof of the United Nations. We must have the courage to admit that lately our actions have too often fallen far short of the expectations of the people we claim to serve. Time and again, the UN has failed to meet the hopes of we, the peoples, and fear for the future continues to grow everywhere, in the East, the West, the North and the South, as crisis after crisis cascades upon us. These crises have shattered common ground, divided us further, and yet, even amid disruption, we have consistently squandered the opportunities each crisis has presented for meaningful change. So how do we begin to rebuild the trust that has eroded? How do we prove that multilateralism is not just a hollow word, but a force that can truly tackle both the immediate and emerging challenges of the time? How do we demonstrate that our collective power is not just far greater than the fragmented, disjointed efforts and sometimes destructive actions of individual nations, but is our one and only remedy to save humanity from collapsing under our watch? How do we inspire instead of demoralize the ordinary people whose lives are torn apart daily by the reckless actions of both large and small powers across the globe, including in Europe, where a new war is questioning not just everything we once thought unquestionable, but even the very existence of our humanity in the face of openly insane threats of nuclear weapon use? Frankly, I do not have all the answers, if any. But one thing is clear: while the world has changed dramatically since the United Nations was founded nearly 8 decades ago and seems to have lost any common sense, this institution remains irreplaceable. This is where we must begin, where we must strive with great effort to regain the sense of togetherness that has been lost. We stand at the brink of immense danger, and no one is safe, regardless of geographic position, size, wealth, or might, regardless of political or social systems. Our challenges are deeply interconnected, and if we do not tackle them through a reinvigorated multilateralism, we will fail altogether. Multilateralism is not a choice, it is an urgent necessity. The problems we face today, whether the result of our own actions or inactions, demand a collective response. They are too extreme, too global, to be addressed through isolated effort or let alone confrontational actions. Albania fully endorses the Pact for the future and all its commitments. But let me stress, commitments alone are far from enough, more so than ever. They must be fulfilled. Albania may be a small nation, but we have given the world good examples of standing up for our shared humanity. During World War II, Albania became the only country in Europe to have more Jews after the war than before. The Jewish community in Albania grew 20-fold during the Holocaust, thanks to both Muslim and Christian families protecting them from the Nazis. More recently, after the devastating fall of Kabul to the Taliban 3 years ago, we sheltered several thousand Afghans who otherwise would have ended up in the 9th circle of hell, dead, jailed, or blinded forever. Albania also gave the world its newest saint, Mother Teresa, whose life embodied a love for humanity. She reminded us that not all of us can do great things, but we can do small things with great love. This is the principle Albania stands for. This is what we strive to live by. And this is our source of inspiration in supporting the transformation of our Muslim Bektashi Order World Center in a sovereign state within our capital Tirana as the new center of moderation, tolerance, and peaceful coexistence. Thank you all.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. I invite His Excellency Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iraq, to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Iraq would like to express its sincere thanks and appreciation to the United Nations and the organizers of this summit for their efforts in convening world leaders to discuss our common future. Iraq seeks to take serious steps to achieve sustainable development and to effectively respond to the objectives of our National Development Plan 2024 to 2028 through adopting comprehensive strategies. We are reforming the economy to ensure transformation towards better patterns of consumption and production, and to promote the situation of most vulnerable groups by adopting social strategies to elevate their cities through social justice and effective participation in economic development. Achieving balance between the three dimensions of sustainable development is our priority, and we are doing so by promoting sustainable economy, equal opportunities, and environment protection. Iraq is cognizant of the magnitude of challenges posed by climate change. Therefore, we are committed to establish the concept of climate justice, in particular in fighting desertification and drought, and ensure the sustainability of water resources and food insecurity. We believe that addressing such challenges would require effective cooperation in the framework of the UNCCC and the Paris Agreement. We are providing investment to ensure economic diversification so it will not be exclusively based on oil, while focused on the role of private sector. We are cognizant that sustainable development will require ambitious investments. Therefore, we are providing incentives to the private sector, and we invest in renewable energy projects to reduce our reliance on fossil fuel and to ensure a more sustainable future for all. Iraq is promoting its international relations on the basis of mutual respect and common interest, while abiding by the principle of non-allowance in not allow interference in the territories of our on our territories to attack other countries. For the respect of international law and adopting the principles of the United Nations is the essence of our policy. Achieving peace requires common international effort, and we see that diplomacy and dialogue are key to achieve stability, and we call for international cooperation in the fields of security by land, peace by land, sea, and cyber and outer space to ensure comprehensive security for all. We believe that science and technology are foundation of sustainable development. Therefore, we are working on the digital transformation of our economy and provide integrated and comprehensive database to support decision-making. We stress the need for international cooperation to ensure that all countries have access to the tools and capacities to benefit from AI in a responsible and moral way. Youth are the driving force of the future, and we are providing the environment conducive to them by organizing workshops to promote their role in development, and we are supporting activities that increase their participation in social development. Ladies and gentlemen, we are calling for reforming international institutions to advance their representation and ability in addressing global challenges. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate our commitment to reinvigorating multilateralism in addressing global challenges, focusing on cooperation in security and economic fields, forging international cooperation to ensure sustainable development is crucial, and we commend the efforts put in drafting the outcome document of this summit. Iraq is committed to working with the international community to find common solutions, and we are confident that our cooperation will contribute to building a better future and more sustainable for all. We all agree that growth and sustainable development in all fields cannot be achieved with the looming risk of war in our region, posing a threat to international peace. Meaningful action is therefore required to stop the war and establish peace and security. Thank you all.
I invite Her Excellency Mia Amo Motley, Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and the Public Service, and Minister for Finance, Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, dear friends, we are one, and we come today as one human family, sharing one planet, intent on building together a common future based on shared hope, mutual interests, consciously working together to find common solutions. Our interconnectedness has long been recognized in spiritual traditions and practices around the world, and in the philosophy, the African philosophy of Ubuntu. Desmond Tutu explained that it is the expression that my humanity is bound up in yours. I am because you are. I am because we are. This interconnectedness compels us, as it did generations before us, to find the moral courage and take the decisive steps to end the horrors faced by humanity and to create new structures and new opportunity. Generations before us ended wars. They canceled debt. They dismantled slavery. They ended apartheid. They acted to stop genocide. They declared all people equal, and they gave women the vote, and they ended colonialism, and they built new nation states. They generated prosperity from deep poverty. I ask you today, will we summon the global moral strategic leadership necessary? I want to congratulate the Secretary General and his deputy and the team of ambassadors from Namibia and Germany who have led us safely to this pact over the course of the last 2 years of negotiations. My friends, we will not succeed in overcoming our existential challenges if we are not prepared to change the global governance structures that are rooted in the outcome of World War II and have become unsuited to today's world. The distrust in our institutions of governance, the mistrust between the governors and the governed, will continue to foster social alienation the world over at the very time that we need to find as many people as possible to shape a new world. Not governance, but people. This approach to governance reinforces the notion that it is acceptable to have first-class and second-class citizens, a notion that we all find, I hope, repugnant. The tentacles of power today remain almost as it was a century ago. If, my friends, we do not create the space and the new voices are not heard, we will not secure the transformation needed to save people and to save planet. What the world needs now is a reset. What the world needs now is a little more love. A reset to embrace our common future. A reset that allows us to work together to navigate spaces together. We've seen the floods and the hurricanes, the droughts, the wildfires. They've affected us all. The failure to share the world's resources, which are more than adequate for everyone, will continue to drive us to war and to social disintegration and to migration. The absence of access to digital technologies and even basic electricity in Africa will condemn us to living in two separate worlds and may even, with AI, if unregulated, threaten completely the existence of human civilization as we know it. We know what the world needs, as I said. And what our people want to hear from us today is that we can overcome these challenges by working together, and that the visible actions that are necessary are being agreed today and tomorrow to secure the future in this pact. But our people know instinctively that this will only be talk unless there's a fundamental change in what we do and how we do it, in who is seen and heard in the corridors of decision-making. And that is why we continue to propel the Bridgetown Initiative as a serious reform for changing the rules of the game, shock-proofing vulnerable economies, and indeed securing sufficient to have the SDGs and, of course, the climate crisis be confronted. Now is the time for us to choose hope and love over hate and division. We can change this global governance system. We can change the structure and focus of the international financial system. We can make both fit for purpose for the majority of world's people, not just a few. It doesn't require new technologies. It requires action and humanity, accepting that we are human together, that we are because of each other, and that we can, in this generation, secure the future of human progress. And I truly believe that we can, because we, the peoples of the world, have no other choice and no other planet on which to live. The only issue will be how quickly we can act.
I thank the Prime Minister of Barbados. I invite His Excellency Chuakane Samuel Matekane, Prime Minister and Head of Government and Minister for Defense, National Security and Environment of the Kingdom of Lesotho, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the onset, allow me to congratulate the co-facilitators, Namibia and Germany, for the job well done in developing the Pact for the Future, which we have just adopted. I further wish to pay tribute to the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for championing the Summit of the Future in his report entitled Our Common Agenda 2021. While not all our aspirations as the individual countries may have found their way into the document, it is gratifying to know that after several months of intense negotiations, our respective delegations reached consensus on the Pact for the Future that represents our collective trajectory. Mr. President, every modern organization starts from a mission statement that sets its clear objectives. The UN is not an exception in this regard. The purposes and principles of its charter continue to be relevant in today's world. When the UN was formed in 1945, the expectations of all peoples of the world were high for an institution that promised an era of peace, security, and the betterment of the living conditions of all peoples. Having adopted the Pact for the Future, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in human history. This is a time to reflect on the role of the United Nations in the 21st century, an institution in which much of humanity places great faith and hope for a brighter future. Can we then confidently assert that such faith and hope are well-founded? Regardless of our answer, I believe it is within our power to make it so. As today's challenges become increasingly global, the importance of international cooperation and solidarity has never been greater. In this connection, the UN should endeavor to break traditional tendencies and employ innovative strategies to give practical meaning to the lofty aspiration of the global citizens, as enshrined in the Charter. The Pact for the Future exhibits actionable commitments to respond to the current and future global challenges and reflects the interconnectedness of the three pillars of the UN. Mr. President, the Summit of the Future presents an opportunity for the international community to revitalize and fortify the multilateral system, ensuring that the UN remains relevant, resilient, and capable of fulfilling its core mandate. We must, however, be cognizant of the fact that solving today's problem with yesterday's solution will not yield the desired result. The COVID-19 pandemic served as a reminder that in an interconnected world, no one country can deal with global shocks alone. This is why we must work together to defend international cooperation and resist inward-looking policies. Given the challenges we are facing today in implementing the SDGs, the window for action is narrowing. We must seize the opportunity of this summit to bring back hope to our respective nations. Mr. President, please allow me to briefly share Lesotho's thoughts on key issues of the Pact adopted at the end of this summit. First, on sustainable development and financing for development, we need to execute action-oriented strategies to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda. It is imperative that we, as a global community, unite in our efforts to address these issues. Second, on international peace and security, a strong multilateral framework for peace and security issues must keep pace with the times and be equipped to respond to realities in the current geopolitical and security environment. Third, on science, technology, and innovation and digital cooperation, there is an urgent need to close the digital divide and to address the challenges of digital transformation. We therefore advocate for creating strong digital inclusion policies.
I thank the Prime Minister and Head of Government of the Kingdom of Lesotho. I invite His Excellency Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdurrahman bin Jassim Al Thani, Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar, to address the Assembly.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, Your Excellency, the President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, Your Majesties, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Mr. Fleeman Young for his election President of the 79th session of the General Assembly. I would also like to express our appreciation to the co-facilitators for their wise leadership of the intergovernmental negotiations on the Pact for the Future. We align ourselves to the statement delivered by the G77 and China. We welcome the adoption of the Pact for the Future earlier today. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Qatar is convinced that the 2030 agenda and the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals requires more international and national efforts and more support of the recommendations by the Secretary General in his report, Our Common Agenda, and to participate in leading negotiations on the political declaration of the UN Summit on Sustainable Development held last year. Mr. Development, our world is faced today with unsurmountable challenges that obstruct its economic development, and it slows down the efforts aimed to achieving sustainable development goals. Wars, armed conflicts, and negative impacts of climate change are serious challenges, in particular on developing countries, least developing countries. Therefore, we should act swiftly to address these challenges. In this connection, we stress the importance of reinvigorating international governance, including reforming international financial institutions, bridging digital gap, and alleviate the burden of debt. Common efforts are required to achieve the social welfare and well-being and enhance climate action in accordance with the UNCCC and Paris Agreement. Mr. President, nationally, under the wise leadership of His Highness Sheikh Tamim Al Thani, Qatar launched its third phase of its strategy of national development within 2030 vision of Qatar, to build a diversified, sustainable economy based on knowledge and applications of digital technology, AI, science and technology, and human development. Internationally, the state of Qatar recommits itself to multilateralism. In 2018, His Highness the Emir committed $5 million in support of UN agencies for 10 years, and during the Climate Summit in 2019, Qatar committed $100 million in support of least developing countries and small and developing countries. In 2023, Doha committed the 5th UN Conference on Least Developing Countries, and Qatar committed $60 million to implement development programs in these countries. Mr. President, development cannot be achieved without strong foundations of peace and security and stability. Therefore, Qatar maintains its efforts in mediation to prevent and resolve conflicts in a peaceful manner. Qatar is involved in many mediation efforts, including currently between Israel and Palestine, alongside Egypt and the US, to put an end to this bloody, catastrophic war on Gaza. We reiterate our call to reach a ceasefire agreement and to release all hostages. We call on the international community to take a clear and decisive stance in relation to violations of international humanitarian law and international human rights law in relation to successive and continuous attacks on hospitals, schools, and relief workers. Mr. President, Qatar is proud to host the second summit of social development. It will be the most notable event in 2025 and one of the 3 summits recommended in our common agenda. We are looking forward to receiving participants from all over the world in Doha and to achieving tangible results to build a better future. Thank you, Mr. President, and may peace and blessings of Allah be upon you.
I thank the Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs of the State of Qatar I invite His Excellency Andrew Holness, Prime Minister, Minister of Defense and Minister for Economic Growth and Job Creation of Jamaica, to address the Assembly.
President, Jamaica welcomes the convening of the Summit of the Future. We commend the co-facilitators of the Pact of the Future, the Declaration on Future Generations, and the Global Digital Compact for their hard work. This summit and the Pact together embodied renewed hope for advancing a common vision on leveraging multilateralism to create a dynamic framework within which our future generations will thrive. Jamaica is proud to have contributed to this historic process, particularly as co-facilitator for the Declaration on Future Generations. Mr. President, the Pact aptly reaffirms the importance of achieving the SDGs. The SDG Summit in 2023 exposed the lack of progress towards SDG implementation, including the reality that small island developing states are particularly off track to meet them, with many still recovering from the pandemic. At the heart of this challenge, and one that must be addressed with urgency, is the glaring SDG financing gap amounting to trillions of dollars annually. As the Pact affirms, we must redouble our efforts to address global poverty, income inequality, and food insecurity. We have an obligation to limit global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and we must deliver a future that fosters peaceful societies and achieves debt sustainability, resilience to climate shocks, infrastructural development, high-quality health and education systems, full respect for human rights, empowerment of women and girls, and enabling environment that makes international trade and the economy work for sustainable development. These are all areas of priorities in Jamaica's National Development Plan, our Vision 2030. Mr. President, we are facing unprecedented challenges to international peace and security, mainly driven by geopolitical motivations, but increasingly by transnational organized crime networks. These challenges strike at the very heart of the UN Charter. The Pact provides a framework within which we can all coexist in peace and harmony within and among countries, and transfer the nature of such coexistence to our future generations. It is therefore well aligned with and supportive of the Secretary General's agenda for peace. We welcome the focus of the Pact on the importance of science, innovation, and technological advancement, including digitalization. Admittedly, new technologies such as artificial intelligence and robotics create new challenges to security and some livelihoods. However, they also create important opportunities, especially for young people, and hold great potential to empower generations to transform economies and to solve complex challenges. So great is the potential, in fact, that we must emphasize the importance of international cooperation to address the challenges and harness the opportunities, especially for the benefit of people in developing countries. I must make the point that reform is needed in our international system to better serve the needs of the world today. More particularly, we agree with the Secretary General that the international financial system is in need of radical reform. Furthermore, the UN Security Council needs to be more representative, inclusive, and effective in changing global security landscape. As a small island developing state, the Pact presents a pathway for turbocharging SDC implementations, addressing the impact of and tackling the key drivers of climate change
and setting the framework for making global governance more equitable and inclusive. The world is counting on us to use the summit to foster renewed hope in the future, lay a suitable foundation for the prosperity
I thank the Prime Minister of Jamaica. I invite His Excellency Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic, to address the Assembly.
Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I want to start by offering my deep appreciation to the Secretary General who brought us here today to adopt the Pact for the Future, and to the co-facilitators, Germany and Namibia. Thank you for undertaking this important and very complicated task. All of us who are here today recognize the urgent need to take action, to implement the many detailed, specific initiatives that are outlined in the Pact for the Future, for sustainable development, for peace and security, for addressing climate change, for the restoration of trust in global governance, a trust which has come under intense scrutiny, for our own sake and for the sake of future generations. We managed to come to an agreement, and it was not an easy task, at a time of heightened mistrust, strife, polarization, and conflict. Yet we reached a consensus because we know that the stakes are extremely high, and that the global threats we are facing together as an international community are of much greater order than the individual interests of regions, countries, and governments. This is, after all, why the United Nations was created almost 80 years ago. At the root of its foundation was the recognition that there is such a thing as a global interest, a global common good for humanity, which supersedes and transcends the individual interests of member states. The generation that created the United Nations and adopted the UN Charter left us an invaluable legacy. One important difference between their historical moment and ours is this: they created the international system after suffering a devastating and unprecedented global catastrophe, the Second World War. We, on the other hand, have the opportunity to do something before it is too late, before we arrive at the next true global crisis. We can still avert the devastation that could be wrought by the current global threats we're faced with. Our Pact for the Future, as a point of global consensus, is only a first step, but it is a necessary first step. It is, after all, a political declaration to act, and political will is a necessary driver for action at the national level and collectively at the global level. Greece, as an incoming member of the Security Council for the next 2 years, was an active participant in this difficult negotiation. We believe we got to a fairly good outcome, and I note with satisfaction the inclusion of paragraphs of particular concern to us, such as maritime security and the protection of culture as an integral component for sustainable development. Crucially, today we are renewing our trust in the multilateral system, and we reaffirm our commitment to it. At this point in time, it was necessary to have this reaffirmation to go back to the basics of the UN Charter, such as the peaceful settlement of disputes with respect to international law. We can now move forward, solve together the core challenges of our era. They are truly global challenges, and of course they require global solutions. With the Pact for the Future, we at least have a roadmap to lead us there. Nothing could be more vital. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister
of the Hellenic Republic. I now invite His Excellency Bjarni Benediktsson, Prime Minister of Iceland, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me join in celebrating the conclusion of the Pact for the Future, together with the Declaration on Future Generations and the Global Digital Compact. I congratulate all of those who have put grueling hours of negotiation into finding common ground on many difficult issues. The Pact pulls no punches in identifying the challenges before us and identifies the existential risks we face. The Pact is also upfront about saying that the crises have been caused to a large extent by our own choices. Mr. President, the Pact for the Future and its annexes testify to the vitality of the multilateral system with the United Nations at its core. No other organization has the convening power of this great body. At a time of conflict between and within many member states, a successful outcome of a global summit is something to be celebrated. The actions we have committed to take do not always go as far as we would have liked, but there is much to celebrate where we have managed to find common ground. Among the 56 actions agreed, we have revitalized our commitments under the Sustainable Development Goals. We have agreed on a range of actions to close the SDG financial gap in developing countries, including strengthening efforts to prevent and combat illicit financial flows, corruption, and money laundering. We commit to maintaining the World Trading System as a rule-based multilateral trading system with the World Trade Organization at its core. So much has been done. The actions agreed on eradicating poverty by investing in human capital with an emphasis on leaving no one behind are integral to our efforts to achieve the 2030 agenda. Development cooperation has a central role to play in this regard, and we welcome the emphasis on strengthening the United Nations development system. Importantly, we have underlined the central place of human rights in just, peaceful, and inclusive societies. We have committed to respecting and protecting all human rights and fundamental freedoms, and to promoting the rule of law at all levels. In this regard, it would be remiss of me not to mention the importance of protecting the rights of LGBTI+ communities that in many places are suffering from a backlash. I am particularly happy that we are able to agree that achieving full human potential and sustainable development is not possible if women and girls are denied full human rights and opportunities. Ensuring universal access to sexual and reproductive health and rights is vital in this regard, and eradicating gender-based violence remains a pressing concern. Iceland is particularly happy that we were able to agree on ambitious action on the health and resilience of the ocean and their ecosystems. Healthy oceans are essential to a healthy planet and to the achievement of the SDGs. Mr. President, at this time of multiple conflicts, we have also reaffirmed our commitment to act in accordance with international law, including the UN Charter, and we condemn in the strongest terms the devastating impact of armed conflict on surveillance. Here, Mr. President, I pause, I must admit, because if we are to regain the trust lost among us, it will not be enough simply to reiterate our commitments, for example, to Article 2.4 of the UN Charter on
I thank the Prime Minister of Iceland. I invite His Excellency Dimitar Borisov Klavejev, Caretaker Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria.
Honorable President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to express heartfelt thanks to Secretary General Antonio Guterres for organizing the Summit of the Future and to the co-facilitators of the ambitious Pact for the Future, the Declaration of Future Generations, and the Global Digital Pact. These initiatives are crucial as we confront a range of complex problems, including Russia's aggression in Ukraine, conflicts in the Middle East, Africa, and other parts of the world, the growing distance from achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the climate crisis, and persistent inequalities. This is what the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future are all about, delivering multilateral solutions that align global institutions and frameworks with today's political, social, and economic realities, tackling the challenges of our time and coming together for a better future for the generations to come. We expect that this summit and the Pact for the Future, which embodies nearly 80 years of multilateral and national experience, will create a safer, more sustainable and more equitable world, leaving no one behind. They also signify the international community's commitment to strengthening a revitalized multilateral system based on a new global consensus. Central to these efforts is the rule of law, which is essential for upholding international norms, justice, and fostering global cooperation. Commitment to human rights ensures that everyone's dignity is protected as we strive for a more inclusive global society. To achieve this, we must redouble our efforts to address systemic inequalities, promote social justice, and uphold the fundamental rights of all individuals. As we advance in our efforts, we must also consider the impact of the new technologies that are rapidly transforming our societies. We acknowledge the challenges of digital inequality and advocate for increased investment in digital skills, especially for the persons in vulnerable situations, and quick adaptation to tech changes. Our goal is a free, secure digital world with universal internet access. Supporting the Global Digital Compact, we aim for a human-centered, rights-based digital future that leverages AI to advance the SDGs and ensure information integrity. We must include the views and interests of youth and future generations in our policies by actively listening to young people. We support the dedicated declaration on future generations and align with the National Youth Strategy to engage and empower youth in shaping the future both in Europe and globally. All these measures necessitate a significant transformation of global governance. We must modernize and rejuvenate the United Nations to ensure it remains relevant and responsive to the challenges of the 21st century. This includes reforming the Security Council to better reflect the current global landscape by adding additional permanent and non-permanent seats. In closing, Bulgaria remains firmly dedicated to its commitment to effective multilateralism, recognizing it as essential for addressing global challenges. We are dedicated to fostering international cooperation and working collaboratively to achieve our shared goals. We call to all of us to embrace cooperation and act decisively. Let us not disappoint the youth and the future generations. Thank you.
I thank the caretaker Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. I invite His Excellency Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan, to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, as the world stands at a historical inflection point, we need to collectively take actions to safeguard the interests of present and future generations. In times where nations with diverse values must collaborate, clear, guiding principles are critical. Allow me to share what I believe are most important to ensure a future defined by peace, freedom, and prosperity. First, we must uphold the rule of law. The principles of the United Nations Charter are the fundamental guidelines for our actions. Unilateral attempts to change the status quo by force cannot be tolerated anywhere in the world. Only the free and open international order based on the rule of law can deliver sustainable development and prosperity. Last May in Hiroshima, I shared the views on this fundamental principle with the leaders of G7, Brazil, India, Ukraine, and other countries. Second, defending human dignity is paramount. No single country can tackle poverty, climate change, and other complex crises alone. International cooperation is indispensable. Human dignity is the foundation for all international corporations, and reaffirming this principle is essential to fulfilling the 2030 Agenda's promise to leave no one behind. Third, we must make a determined effort to invest in people guided by the concept of human security. Empowering women, children, and youth is a top priority. Japan has been a global leader in championing universal health coverage, UHC, and quality education. Japan will launch a program dedicated to nurturing the next generation of leaders in the field of gender.
Fourth, we must address the increasingly dire situation surrounding nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation. No matter how difficult the path to a world without nuclear weapons may be, we cannot stop our progress. Japan remains committed to promoting realistic and practical efforts, including the forthcoming launch of the Friends of FMCT towards a world without nuclear weapons. Fifth, UN Security Council reform. The Summit of the Future is witnessing a clear call from member states for action on reform, with a majority supporting the expansion of both permanent and non-permanent seats. A great majority are also acutely aware of the Security Council's vital role in international peace and security and the urgent need to reform it and restore confidence in its effectiveness. Next year marks the 80th anniversary of the foundation of the United Nations. We should take concrete actions toward the Security Council reform. Japan is determined to continue to contribute to the realization and maintenance of international peace and security by strengthening the free and open European international order based on the rule of law in a reformed Council. Humanity around the world raises its voice for the future of the international community. It is time for shared responsibility and genuine solidarity. The UN's role is more vital than ever as we navigate the new possibilities, opportunities, and risks brought forth by digital technologies, including AI. World leaders must unite under the banner of multilateralism, empowering every individual so they can realize his or her full potential and build a better future. And Japan remains unwavering in its commitment to the United Nations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Japan. I invite His Excellency Tshering Tobgay, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of bringing to you the greetings and warm wishes of His Majesty the King and the people of Bhutan. Mr. President, in these challenging times, the Summit of the Future shines as a beacon of hope and ambition. It embodies a collective resolve and unwavering commitment to forging a brighter, more prosperous future for all of humankind. I extend my deepest gratitude to you, Mr. President, for convening this pivotal summit. Thank you, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, for your leadership in spearheading this crucial initiative. Our heartfelt appreciation goes to Germany and Namibia and all other co-facilitators of these negotiations for providing steadfast leadership in shaping a robust pact for the future. We find ourselves at a pivotal crossroads. As we reach the midpoint of our journey to 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals stand before formidable challenges. Geopolitical tensions, economic disruptions, pandemics, climate change, and natural disasters have hindered our progress. Yet our determination remains unwavering as embodied in the Pact of the Future. For Bhutan, this pact aligns well with our national aspiration to become a developed country by 2034. It reaffirms our shared vision and reinvigorates our commitment to achieving the SDGs. To realize these ambitious goals, we must muster the political will to transcend rhetoric and to take decisive action. We must prioritize policies that serve the common good over narrow interests. And we must assure international collaboration to transform our shared aspirations into concrete achievements to ensure the success of the Pact for the Future. Success demands robust financial frameworks. We must guarantee that no country is left behind by providing innovative financing, equitable resource distribution, and strong partnerships. Success requires that we bridge the digital divide. We must harness the power of technology to foster sustainable development of all our countries. Success also calls for engaging and empowering our youth. We must acknowledge that decisions we make today will inevitably shape the world they inherit in the future. And most importantly, success hinges on a global governance structure that is inclusive, transparent, and accountable. We must guarantee peace, security, and human rights for all peoples in all countries by ensuring a multilateral system that is both robust and responsive.
Mr. President, the magnitude of the challenges we confront calls for a renewed commitment to multilateralism and international cooperation. The United Nations remains the most important platforms where nations unite to tackle these pressing issues. No nation can address global challenges in isolation. Climate change, pandemics, and conflicts require strong, inclusive partnerships that leverage the unique strengths and perspective of all our member states. This summit reminds us of our collective responsibility. Our pact is more than a document. It is a blueprint for a future where peace, human rights, and sustainable development are realized for all our peoples. Bhutan stands resolutely committed and ready to work alongside all member states to build a future that is equitable, sustainable, and secure for everyone. Thank you, and Tashidele.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan. I invite His Excellency Kerala Sanana Kusmao to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to take part in this summit of the future. Last month, Timor-Leste celebrated the 25th anniversary of the popular consultation under the auspices of the United Nations, where our people bravely voted for self-determination and freedom. The independence of Timor-Leste was an achievement of the Timorese people, but also a triumph of the international system. It demonstrated that, with commitment, international cooperation can achieve agreed goals and tackle the challenges and opportunities of its time. And if today Timor-Leste is a stable, peaceful democracy in transition to development, it is due not only to the constant support of the international community, but also to national efforts of reconciliation and dialogue for peace to secure a peaceful future. We know that without peace there are no conditions for development. This is why investing in our youth through education, social skills and responsible citizenship is an investment in sustainable development and lasting peace. Your Excellencies, peace is an abstract concept for many nations. Western Sahara has been waiting for its referendum since 1992. It has been waiting for 32 years. International law has yet to reach this last colony in Africa, ignored and forgotten. The international community has yet to find multilateral solutions for a future of peace for many nations around the world. From Palestine to Ukraine, from Yemen to Sudan, from the Central African Republic, where peacekeeping forces are there for almost 3 decades, to many other fragile and conflict-ridden countries. We all know that the United Nations was created after World War II for the preservation of global peace, human rights, and international development. However, we now live in an age of disorder, uncertainty, instability, and conflict. We face increasingly complex challenges, including the climate crisis, extreme inequality, and rising geopolitical tensions. The least developed countries, LDCs, and the small island development states, SEEDs, wait patiently for more flexible, inclusive, and responsible solutions. The means and financing to achieve the SDGs are scarce. They are insufficient to combat extreme poverty, food insecurity, humanitarian crisis and climate change, biodiversity loss, and environmental degradation, which threaten the existence of some island states, particularly in the Pacific. Those who have contributed the least to global crises are the ones who suffer first, suffer most, and often suffer in isolation. They are victims of self-interested international actors and policies that value profit and power more than human dignity. As crises intensify, more and more people are suffering from hunger. The data from the Global Hunger Index is alarming. This when there are only 6 years left to fulfill the SDGs. What kind of world are we living in, where we can fuel wars but cannot feed children? We have, Excellencies, we advocate for a structural reform of the Security Council, which has become obsolete, ineffective, and unrepresentative of today's realities. An international organization is only credible if it responds to current needs and does not remain bound to a mechanism created to address problems from almost 8 years ago. We support the expansion of the permanent members of the Security Council for greater geopolitical, cultural and economic representation and legitimacy. It is difficult to realize principles of transparency, accountability and trust while rich and developed countries continue to make decisions for poor and developing.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. I invite His Excellency KP Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Namaste. I am deeply honored to deliver this statement. As chair of the group of the least developed countries, at the outset I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Secretary General for convening this historic and significant summit. Mr. President, the group of LDCs have contributed in the best possible manner to make this summit of the future a success. However, our minds are musing and hearts are hurting from the fact that millions of children in LDCs go hungry every day. When millions of our children go hungry today, where is our future? What do we mean by future? When millions of our youth languish with malnourishment and illiteracy, where can we seek our future? Nothing could be more unjust and unethical than to be ignorant to the fact that millions of people in LDCs living in extreme poverty while a small minority in some corners of the world accumulates billions in wealth each day. Is this the future we aspire to? Absolutely not. International community must act now to ensure every child and young person has the chance to thrive. Mr. President, LDCs face severe economic challenges with unmet ODA and climate financing commitments, insufficient and delayed international support, and spiraling debt distress. Most critically, global financial and trading regimes remain fundamentally unfavorable to LDCs. Furthermore, the growing digital divide between rich and poor countries threatens to leave LDCs even further behind. Despite contributing a mere 3.3% of global greenhouse gas emissions, LDCs are among the most vulnerable to the devastating impacts of climate change. The people of LDCs are frustrated by the continuation of these severe structural impediments and climate injustice which hinder their path to prosperity. Mr. President, we must act now to pull the world back from the brink of catastrophe. For this, we need coordinated, comprehensive, and science-based policies with LDCs at the center. Investing in productive capacities, sustainable industrialization, infrastructure, and economic diversification is crucial. Equally important is transforming global governance and strengthening institutions to make them fit for purpose. Mr. President, in this context, we wholeheartedly welcome the Pact for the Future as a manifesto for future generations, as a blueprint for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future, as a renewed commitment to multilateralism, putting the UN at its core. We equally welcome the adoption of Declaration on the Future Generation and Global Digital Compact and emphasize the need for its effective implementation for the well-being of people and planet. Mr. President, the Pact encapsulates the hopes and optimism of both people and the planet by reinstalling the
I thank the Prime Minister of Nepal. I invite His Excellency Robert Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia, to address the Assembly.
Dear President, distinguished leaders, first let me commend President Philemon Yang and all the facilitators that brought us to this day. But most of all, let me thank you, the leaders, to adopt the Pact for the future. I believe today the Pact is even more important than it was in the past, because the world is really facing a bleak future, from climate crisis to raging wars. One could easily conclude that unless we can address and stop the wars, there is no common sustainable future. Therefore, I call and urge again, stop the aggression on Ukraine, stop the aggression on Gaza and Palestine. And that goes for all armed conflicts where innocent civilians are involved and where kids are suffering for the things they should never see or experience. I believe peace is a vital condition in order to tackle the climate crisis efficiently. We can only do that based on trust, solidarity, and global stability. Unless we can achieve that, everything will be in vain. Let me just briefly address the sustainability and how we can tackle that with harnessing of advanced technologies. There is one topic which is very dear to me, and that is the importance of water and water diplomacy. Water is the most precious natural resource, and practically all of the social and economic well-being basis on that. Same goes for global stability and peace. The importance of water is such that we shall do all the action that we can, and we shall try to do it in as many possible ways as possible, just in order to be effective in how to tackle the importance of water, including building global partnership. There are vast areas of the world where the water is scarce. And then there are areas, like in my home country, Slovenia, where we have abundance of water, but were hit by devastating floods a year ago. The extreme weather is hitting us all. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter how rich or poor your country is. Extreme weather is a common global problem. And using the advanced technology in a cooperative way is the only way forward. In Slovenia, in the wake of the devastation of last year, we are building a super advanced digital ecosystem which will link the satellite observation data with supercomputing power and artificial intelligence in order to predict how and where the water is going to show up, in order to predict where the water can be found throughout the world, and in order to be effective in managing the water resources. And here I offer to all of you to build together a global partnership, how to utilize this advanced technology in order for our citizens to get access to clean and sustainable, but also safe water. I believe that is the only way forward if we want to really tackle climate crisis and the changes it brings us. Let me cite for the conclusion the Secretary General Guterres, who said, today we opened the door. And I would say, let's walk through them together. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. I invite His Excellency Kasim Majaliwa, Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, first of all, I want to extend warm greetings from the people of the United Republic of Tanzania, especially from Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, whom I have the honor to represent today. Mr. President, we stand at a crucial juncture in our quest for a more equitable, sustainable, and secure world. The Summit of the Future presents a vital opportunity to restore trust in the multilateral system and to commit to a sustainable future for all. The choice we make today will shape the world for future generations. Tanzania emphasizes that our vision must be anchored in inclusivity, equity, and sustainability, ensuring that no country or no individual is left behind. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted vulnerabilities in our global economy. As we recover, we must build resilience, inclusive, and sustainable economies. I urge the international community to support the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly for the poorest nations. The United Nations Secretary General's call for biannual summit involving heads of state and international financial institutions is crucial for mobilizing resources to meet those challenges. Mr. President, the escalating climate crisis is a pressing reality, particularly for nations like Tanzania, where its impacts are felt daily. Tanzania is committed to global climate action and urge the international community to fulfill its commitments regarding climate finance and technology transfer. Mr. President, peace and sustainability are fundamental for sustainable economic development. We face complex global challenges that threaten peace and security. Tanzania reaffirms its commitment to the United Nations Charter and call for strengthened multilateralism, where international law and institutions are respected and where smaller nations have a voice in shaping global governance. Reforming the United Nations Security Council remains essential to reflect today's realities. Mr. President, the digital revolution has the potential to bridge gaps in access to education and economic opportunities, but it can be also widen inequalities. We must ensure meaningful connectivity for the over 1/3 of the global population without internet access. A global digital compact with emphasis on universal access and data privacy is essential to share the benefits of digital technology equitably. Mr. President, looking ahead, United Republic of Tanzania believes that global and regional partnerships are vital for achieving our shared goals. No nation can tackle global issues alone. Therefore, multilateral cooperation is critical. We must foster solidarity and mutual respect in addressing climate change, advancing digital equity, and promoting peace. In conclusion, as we move forward from this summit, let us be guided by the belief, action-oriented outcome document that predict a future where anyone can live with dignity and where peace and prosperity are shared by all. Asante sana. Thank you for listening.
I thank the Prime Minister of the United Republic of Tanzania. I invite His Excellency Alamaye Alina, Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Chad, to address the Assembly.
Excellence, President of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I want to hail the relevance of the topic of our meeting and express my high appreciation for the organization of this meeting. It is an honor for me to make a modest contribution to this discussion on shoring up multilateralism for international peace and security. The world faces unprecedented challenges. These concern national borders, and they require increased international cooperation. Chad, like many countries in the Sahel, faces a complex situation. The climate, the environment, and development are our concerns. On a daily basis, we are seeing the dramatic consequences of climate change. In 2024, many of our departments were hit with devastating floods, which affected around 1.5 million of our citizens and had a major effect on agriculture. These disasters are not only environmental in nature, they also pose a direct threat to our security, to our national and regional security. There are dwindling natural resources, and this is exacerbating tensions between herders and farmers. Added on to this, these climate problems are major security challenges, including the terrorist attacks of Boko Haram in the Lake Chad Basin region, which have forced hundreds of thousands of people to leave their homes. This crisis is not only facing Chad, it is also facing Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon. Furthermore, our countries face persistent security challenges along our borders, especially with Libya in the north and Sudan to the east. The instability in these countries has direct repercussions on our security, making Chad the largest welcomer of refugees in the world. Given these complex challenges, multilateralism is not an option, it is a vital necessity. It is imperative to strengthen our mechanisms for international cooperation to ensure that they are adapted to today's world. In this regard, allow me to set out several concrete actions. One, systematically integrate the climate dimension into our discussions. Here we hail the initiative of our partners on the link between climate, peace, and security in the Sahel, and we call for its strengthening, guaranteeing predictable, sustainable financing for peacekeeping operations carried out by regional organizations. which is also set out in the Pact for the Future. The strengthening of mixed international forces, including against Boko Haram, shows how crucial these initiatives are. We need to shore up the women, peace and security agenda as well. And we need to strengthen regional initiatives such as the Great Green Wall initiative, which creates economic opportunities. We need to shore up the international financial architecture to better respond to the needs of vulnerable countries. We call for the creation of a climate financing mechanism in climate zones, in particular in the Sahel region. President, I would like to conclude by recalling that international peace and security are inextricably intertwined with sustainable development and the battle against climate change. The Pact for the Future must reflect this interdependence. Chad stands ready to fully play its role in this collective enterprise. Together, we can fight for an international order that is more inclusive, more fair, and that can tackle the challenges of the 21st century and ensure peace and prosperity for everyone. With this conviction, with this deep conviction, I announce our commitment to this summit, and we want to ensure that the decisions we make here bring about a better world for future generations. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister, Head of Government of the Republic of Chad. I invite Her Excellency Eva Busch, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Energy, Business, Industry of Sweden, to address the Assembly.
President, I extend my sincere gratitude to the President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, the co-facilitators and all stakeholders. Your efforts have been instrumental in arriving at this crucial moment. I am proud and grateful to speak to you today, both as a representative of the Swedish government, but also as a mother of two. Being able to say to my own children that their rights are put at the very center of the Pact for the Future. The Pact of the Future, as agreed to today, is a blueprint for a future where a rules-based international order based on the UN Charter is stronger and more resilient, where cooperation and multilateralism thrives. Our world faces unprecedented and interconnected challenges, the highest numbers of conflicts since the World War II, threats to human rights, democracy, and gender equality, not to mention climate change. At the same time, we are living in an era where digital and emerging technologies are reshaping almost every aspect of our lives. The digital revolution offers immense potential and hope on our path to a better future. Sweden, alongside with Zambia, has had the great privilege to lead our collective efforts in agreeing on a global digital compact. This is the roadmap to a digital future that is open, that is safe, that is secure, sustainable, and inclusive, where opportunity knows no borders. The Global Digital Compact will enable closing the digital divides and sort of turbocharge the Sustainable Development Goals. The GDC emphasizes environmental sustainability, the empowerment of women and girls, protecting human rights in the digital space. A childhood in freedom requires safety online. At the very heart of this vision is the belief that technology, and in particularly AI, must serve humanity. Through the Digital Compact, we are advocating for key AI initiatives, including a scientific panel, a global dialogue on governance, and capacity building fund. These initiatives aim to ensure that AI serves humanity and upholds our shared values. This is the foundation we urgently need to secure a future where AI benefits everyone. President, these global needs are extensive and the funding gap is growing, As one of the world's most generous donors, exceeding the UN's target of 0.7% of gross national income to ODA, Sweden welcomes the ambition to increase the effectiveness and scale of innovative financing for our sustainable development goals and the Paris Agreement. The reform of the international financial architecture is key. We must adapt to maintaining legitimacy by ensuring fair representation and protecting the voices of the poorest and the most vulnerable. Also, the Security Council must reflect today's realities, including seats for African nations and fair representation for all. President, in times of strife and suffering, from Ukraine to Sudan, from Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo to Gaza, Sweden stands as a pillar of support for peace and humanity. We will continue to stand tall in defense of international law, sovereignty, and the rights of all nations to live in peace. Russia's aggression against Ukraine is an attack on the very principles that uphold this organization. Our response must be clear, and it has to be unwavering. President, we stand at a window of opportunity. I would like to step into this future where the light of justice and peace never dims. I want to fulfill the promises made to our children and generations to come. Sweden is committed to walk this path with the UN, its member states, and all stakeholders. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Energy, Business and Industry of Sweden. I now give the floor to His Excellency Enrique Austria Manalo, Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Philippines.
Mr. President, today the Philippines stands with the global community to chart work for our future. The Secretary General sent a resounding alarm last year, reminding us that growing dangers compel us to strengthen the multilateral system. As leaders of the community of nations, we grapple with difficult decisions to stay the course in these moments of complex crises, conflicts, as well as climate change. The Philippines welcomes the Pact for the Future, the Global Digital Compact, and the Declaration on Future Generations, and hails them as a triumph of the persistence of multilateralism to affirm that a better world is possible with the solidarity of nations. The Pact binds us in words and in action, bridging the collective hopes of the past with our contemporary aspirations, with the UN Charter anchoring our will. The Pact can guide the UN in delivering meaningful outcomes for peace and security, for human rights, for fairness and equality, for resilience from crises and disasters, and for empowering individuals and all communities in the world. Mr. President, through the wisdom of our forebears, we have built the UN on the foundation of the rule of law. Multilateralism, with the UN at the center, flourishes on the grounds of a rules-based order that provides conditions for trust, solidarity, equity, and peace. Respect for the rule of law safeguards global peace and security and enables the international community to confront complex current and future challenges together. It anchors a stable and predictable order needed to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. It is a touchstone for all international efforts to resolve disputes, prevent conflicts, protect human rights, and enhance global governance. Preserving a rules-based international order is a collective duty. Mr. President, our pact is a call for action for multilateralism that puts people at the center. Conflict, disasters, hunger, and displacement, and arduous pressures on the global humanitarian system and our climate resilience framework. The capacity of multilateral institutions to protect populations from terrorism, organized crime, health emergencies, sea level rise, and other consequences of global warming is challenged on many fronts. Our pact orients us to to persevere for people whose hope lies in coordinated action that can only arise in the context of effective processes of the UN system. For example, the development system is the face of the UN to people worldwide, and we must support and guide this system for more coherence, effectiveness, and impact. UN programs must enjoy the full ownership and consent of the host country. Mr. President, the Pact sets a paradigm for inclusive multilateralism and fosters a new international and intergenerational solidarity on the role of women, youth, migrants, persons with disabilities, older persons, and indigenous peoples in shaping a more humane, equal, and just society. It also brings new vigor to our unfinished business of eliminating nuclear weapons and other weapons of mass destruction, and propels our endeavors to establish norms to prevent an arms race in space, govern lethal autonomous weapons, and address risks of emerging technologies to international peace and security. Mr. President, it is important that this Pact renews our collective determination to diffuse tensions and seek the peaceful resolution of disputes and conflicts. The essence of the 1982 Manila Declaration on the peaceful resolution of disputes, in pledging to the Pact, states abide by the obligation of rejecting force and the threat of use of force to settle disputes. As a founding member of the UN and the first Asian republic, the Philippines shall always be a voice for peace, equity and justice, human rights and human dignity, the rule of law, and constructive multilateralism. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary for Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. I now give the floor to His Excellency Said Badir bin Hamad bin Hamoud Al Sahidi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Oman.
معالي الرئيس الحضور الكريم نود
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to the United Nations and the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for organizing this important summit. It is held at a moment at which the world is witnessing unprecedented challenges that require a collective response and a deeper and more comprehensive international cooperation, given the gravity, given the grave global events. The Sultanate of Oman strongly believes in the effectiveness of multilateralism. We believe that international cooperation is the optimal solution to address different global challenges. Against this background, we fully support the Pact of the Future, and we renew our willingness to cooperate with all member states to achieve the ambitious goals reflected in the Pact. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenges we're facing cannot be addressed by traditional means alone. They require innovative approaches based on the concept of sustainable development. This is why we have to act with wisdom and foresight. We must start implementing policies that focus on future generations, to build for them a better and more sustainable future. Since international peace and security are the most fundamental pillars for the stability of the world, we stress the importance of preventive diplomacy. It is the most effective tool to prevent and settle disputes and conflicts. We call for enhancing dialogue and international mediation. In this context, it is of paramount importance to comply fully with international law and the United Nations Charter to achieve justice, peace, and stability for all. Ladies and gentlemen, modern technology and digital cooperation are decisive factors to address environmental, economic, and social challenges. Technological innovations open up new horizons. They contribute to improving efficiency in the use of resources. They contribute to reducing emissions, and they also contribute to enhancing the use of clean energy, achieving food and water security, and building more prosperous and more sustainable societies. The Sultanate of Oman attaches great importance to the role of young people. They are the true agent to build the future. They are the basis for development. The Sultanate of Oman has launched a number of initiatives and innovation incubators in science, in industry, in culture, and in sports. Those initiatives aim to empower young people, to foster their creativity, to create an environment that allows them to achieve their aspirations and be creative, to achieve sustainable development and to grow continuously. Ladies and gentlemen, if the vision is clear, the goal can be achieved. The challenges we're facing today require an ambitious vision and a strong collective commitment. Let's work together to build a world of prosperity for all. Let's commit to the values of cooperation and partnership to achieve the goals that we aspire to, and to leave to future generations what would help them to find their way in life in peace and security. I thank you, and may the peace, blessings, and mercy of God be upon you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Oman. I now give the floor to His Excellency Taye Atske Selassie Hamde, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia.
Mr. President, first of all, allow me to convey the warmest greetings from the people and government of Ethiopia. I also wish to extend my delegation's appreciation and give special recognition to Germany, Namibia, Zambia, Sweden, the Netherlands, and Jamaica for their effective facilitation of the negotiation and commitment leading up to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. We also thank the Secretary General for his report, Our Common Agenda, which laid the foundation for the summit and the Pact for the Future. We appreciate the wide-ranging scope of the Pact and the considerable place given to the commitments to eradicate poverty and ensure sustainable development. We also appreciate the efforts made to mainstream the global socio-economic disparity and determine the role of states accordingly. Mr. President, the process of negotiation and the outcome from the 3 tracks of negotiation on the Pact of the Future, Declaration on the Future Generation, and the Global Digital Compact adequately demonstrate the challenges the multilateral system is experiencing. The Pact for the Future is negotiated at a time of great polarization in international relations, which doesn't lend itself to the spirit of consensus and compromise that is requisite to negotiation on global agendas. That is the main reason that the Pact had to limit itself to reiteration and emphasis of the already agreed global goals and targets. The setbacks and, in some cases, the regression on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals require us to be more ambitious, not less. Nevertheless, the Pact is an important reminder to the existing global commitment, if fully implemented, will greatly enhance the fate of generations to come. The Pact of the future will be relevant if it brings us closer to the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, our inability to converge on more ambitious targets is a stark reminder of the need for change. We must shift from the rivalry to cooperation, enhance tolerance for policy differences, and build bridges to attain the most basic global agenda. Mr. President, under the 5 chapters and the 56 actions, member states have made commitments to redouble their efforts to ensure sustainable development, peace and security, as well to take concrete reform of global governance. It is incumbent upon all states developed and developing to do our parts to the attainment of the future we want. It is in this light that I reiterate my country's commitment to continue making all efforts to eradicate poverty and ensure sustainable development, enhance international peace and security, and work towards a fairer global system. We also call on developed countries to discharge their responsibilities in the field of development assistance and climate action. The full realization of the commitments under the Addis Ababa Action Agenda will take us far in mobilizing resources in the implementation of SDGs. Inaction has caused adverse consequences on humanity, especially on the most vulnerable. In addition to the historical responsibilities of developed countries, we must tap into the full potential of South-South cooperation. In the continuously evolving multipolar world, there are developing countries with comparative advantages and capabilities on certain fields of cooperation. As such, we see great potential for financial and technical cooperation among developing countries to ensure food security and universal access to energy. I would like to close by thanking co-chairs for their able leadership and the co-facilitators of the summit, including Namibia and Zambia, who represented Africa in the leadership of this process, for their exemplary contribution. I thank Mr. President.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ethiopia. I invite His Excellency Alexander De Croo, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium, to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. 4 years ago, in this very room, we adopted the UN 75th Anniversary Declaration. It was a call to action, action towards a reinvigorated multilateralism with the UN at its center. A call to action stemming from a realization that the United Nations and global multilateralism needed to adapt and to respond better to current and future challenges in a rapidly changing world. The call to action was timely. Today, we face even greater challenges than 4 years ago. Accelerating climate change, pandemics, wars impacting millions of people. Now, it is high time to deliver on our commitments. How can we, as a community of world leaders, bridge our divides and work better together to improve the well-being of people and our planet? First, we need to uphold our commitment to a rules-based international order. We should strive to lead by example, by abiding by international law, applying the principles of the UN Charter, and respecting and promoting the rights enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in our countries and abroad. Human rights are universal. Representatives from across the world sat at the drawing boards when this milestone document from our collective humanity was adopted in 1948. The Pact for the Future reaffirms our commitment to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Strengthening the human rights pillar will go a long way in preventing conflicts, creating a conducive environment for emerging technologies and including youth and civil societies in a meaningful engagement in decision-making. Unfortunately, we are confronted with human rights backsliding globally. Leaders increasingly put interests above values. Conservative and populist movements target the rights of women and girls. Attempts to rewrite human rights have been underway for years. We need to resist these regressions. Human rights defenders need to be protected. The freedom of expression needs to be assured. Politicians need to be held accountable. Mr. President, it is time to transform global governance and ensure an international financial architecture that works for everyone, especially for the most vulnerable. None of the ambitious goals set out in the Pact for the Future will be achieved if we fail to make progress here. In the current system, while instrumental in global development, it must evolve to address the growing disparities between nations. Belgium has been a leading voice for more efficiency within the multilateral system and the multilateral development banks. Public sector financing needs to be combined with increased private sector financing to fund sustainable and inclusive growth. Multilateral development banks need to become more strategic, more responsive, and act in a more integrated way to address global challenges and the current imbalances within the multilateral system. Ladies and gentlemen, responding to today's challenges also means unlocking the full potential of digital technologies to create a more inclusive future. These opportunities must be harnessed. The Global Digital Compact is a critical step towards enhancing global digital cooperation. If digital technologies hold the potential to deliver immense benefits to humanity, they also present significant challenges that must be addressed. Robust public guardrails for high-risk applications will be needed. All regions of the world need to be able to contribute to research and development. And we must ensure that new technologies are human-centric and safeguard human rights. In this respect, the EU Artificial Intelligence Act and the GDPR regulation sets a standard for a strong, forward-looking regulation that can serve as an inspiration for all. In conclusion, the challenges we face today are immense, but so is also our collective capacity to overcome them. It is up to all of us to deliver and to turn these documents into milestones for the UN and the international community. Belgium stands ready to contribute to this endeavor, working alongside with all of you to turn the vision of a UN 2.0 into a reality and to create a brighter and fairer future for people and planet. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Belgium. I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Hassan, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Malaysia.
Mr. President, the Summit of the Future is an opportunity to redesign global governance that is effective for the present and the future. Therefore, Malaysia reaffirms our support for the Summit of the Future and the Pact for the Future. Conflicts and challenges are confronting us, each passing year costlier and deadlier. From the inability to stop the genocide in Gaza, to the impact of climate change, to the widening of development gaps between the global South and North, it is time to galvanize holistic global governance premised on humanity. Mr. President, however, our efforts will be futile if the persisting threefold challenges are not addressed. These challenges are food security, access to education, and climate change, which are among the key thrusts in the Sustainable Development Goals that are severely lagging behind. By 2050, our planet will be a home to a population of 10 billion people. How will we feed the world then if we cannot do so now? Education is a tool to address inequality. Empowerment through knowledge will emancipate the underprivileged, lifting them out of poverty. Yet, in the global south, millions of children are deprived of this very fundamental right, the right to education. We must break barriers and ensure access, quality, and affordability. The global community must democratize education. The Global Digital Compact is crucial to address the digital divide. This includes creating adequate digital infrastructure to ensure education for all. Climate crisis is not a distant threat. It is here, Mr. President. It's real. And it's affecting us with floods and forest fires, resulting in, among others, famine. We have no choice but to act on it. The solution is also contingent upon adequate climate financing as well as technology transfer and innovation. Malaysia believes that we should strive for a Green Development Pact that robustly addresses the scientific and technological divide between the North and the South, supported by climate financing and other development assistance projects. The Global North should leave the Global South behind. Mr. President, the Pact for the Future represents hope for, number one, strong collaboration between the Global South and North. Number two, multilateralism that is driven by science, technology, and innovation. And thirdly, policies driven through scientific cooperation. However devastating it may have been, COVID-19 led to collaborations in medical research, equipment, and expertise, without which we would not have been able to recover. We should build on this momentum. I stand before you today, Mr. President, with a conviction that if we act decisively, we can shape a future where no child goes to bed hungry, where education is a right, not a privilege, and where our planet is cherished and protected. A future where the Global South is recognized not as consumers of technology, but as pioneers and innovators. We propose the creation of a global science fund to encourage diverse and innovative solutions to the challenges we face, leveraging on our collective human capital. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that this is not a competition, but a shared battle against prevailing challenges. Malaysia supports the transformation of global governance. We call for a renewed approach to multilateralism grounded in inclusivity, justice, and accountability. Mr. President, I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bruno Eduardo Rodriguez Barrio, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba.
Señor Presidente,
President, on the 26th of October 1960, from the same rostrum, Commander-in-Chief Fidel Castro Ruz expressed the philosophy of looting and talked about the philosophy of war, and nevertheless we are still suffering from the effects of colonialism and neocolonialism. The bounties promised from neoliberal globalism were a pipe dream. Inequalities and exclusion have been accentuated both in the real world as well as in cyberspace. Wars are increasing as well as the nuclear threat. Our futurist debates continue while we're seeing a continuation of the genocide in Palestine without any effective response from the international community, when institutions and workers themselves of the United Nations are targets of Israel's fire. We're alarmed by the increase in fascism, xenophobia, and discrimination that are nourishing hatred. People need there to be less interference and more solidarity, less unequal exchange and more equity, less politicization and double standards, and more dialogue, cooperation and respect for people's inalienable rights to choose their political, economic, social and cultural systems. For Cuba, the main stumbling block for well-being and development is the criminal embargo imposed by the government of the United States and the inclusion of us on the arbitrary list of states that supposedly sponsor terrorism. The planet is suffering from the devastating effects of climate change. Without opulent societies putting a quota on unbridled consumerism that is causing these things, and without there being sufficient political willingness to raise the funds required to achieve sustainable development or to really ease debt. For millions of people, especially in the global south, the possibility of a decent future is and will continue to be a utopia. It will be difficult to believe in this promising future while developed countries oppose a deep-running reform of the international financial architecture, the discussions of which should be focused on the United Nations. And if this historic and just call, while it might have been diluted in the Pact for the future, perhaps we should believe in the promise of better access to the resources that are so essential for our development. And how can we trust in the promise of peace, non-interference and multilateralism while we're seeing an increase in coercion, selfishness and hegemony against the UN Charter and international law? The future that we aspire to was laid out decades before with cross-cutting resolutions that this Assembly has already adopted. However, shamefully, these things have been forgotten. What must prevail, once and for all, is the political will to address the structural and moral failures in the international system that prevents us from achieving these things. For millions of human beings, tomorrow will be too late. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Abdoulaye B. Chani, Minister of State, responsible for development and coordination of government action of Benin.
Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs,
President, ladies and gentlemen, the holding of this summit is testament to the willingness of the members of our organisation to address the challenges of our time and to build a prosperous and sustainable future. Our world faces several crises, in particular environmental, health, geopolitical and security crises. In addition to these different crises, we can add the financing crisis. This host of factors is not conducive to sustainable development. It divides, separates, excludes, and poses significant threats for our common coexistence. Multilateralism and international cooperation are fraying day by day, opening the world to a divided world where we're seeing problems managed in silos. It's in this context that the Summit of the Future, based around the theme of multilateral solutions for a better future, finds its relevance. This morning we adopted the Pact for the Future, and now it is time to act. Benin has many reasons to welcome progress made in the implementation of the SDGs. We're the first nation in sub-Saharan Africa to issue Eurobonds dedicated to funding SDG impact projects, and in 2021, Benin's commitment to achieve the SDGs saw no setbacks at all, and thanks to many projects, our country has seen significant increases in progress over recent years. In the same vein, particular attention has been allocated to the social sector, and this is something that has also been extended to other sectors, and significant impact projects have enabled us to reduce poverty by close to 4 points over recent years. In order to entrench this dynamic, the government of Benin has established a national development vision for 2060. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living at a time of paradox, where we are in a world where resources have never been so important and where we have never seen such significant technical progress. However, the world is still seeing increases in poverty. For Benin, the answer lies in multilateralism, planetary responses to these challenges, and this must lead us all to be committed to protecting global public goods like climate, international security and economic stability, and to achieve sustainable development. The degradation of public goods for countries, for any country at all, actually prevents it from achieving the full prosperity of that country and prevents other countries from achieving it too. We must be aware of the trickle-down effects of good things as well as bad things. The international issue that we must attach the most amount of importance to is the fact that an issue or a disaster in any country is likely to impact other countries too. And in these conditions, we must work to establish balance, inclusion, justice, democracy, and transparency in all decision-making fora. This also includes the international financial system and the global governance system that jointly participate in the building of our collective global actions. Multilateralism is the only way to contribute to the future that we want. By way of conclusion, once again, I wish to reaffirm the absolute commitment of Benin to multilateralism as the only answer to build a peaceful and prosperous future. We are convinced that with active commitment and strong and collective actions, we can overcome the challenges that we're seeing before us and provide future generations with a safe world with peace, prosperity and sustainable development. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of State of Benin, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mulambo Hamakani Haimbe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Zambia.
Your Excellency, Mr. Philemon Yang, President of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we gather here to forge a new international consensus on how to deliver and safeguard a better future which leaves no one behind. This once-in-a-generation summit presents us with an opportunity to reinvigorate multilateralism, supercharge implementation of prior commitments, and tackle existing and emerging threats to the attainment of the SDGs. Mr. President, Today's world is faced with multiple intersecting crises which threaten the attainment of SDGs and the maintenance of international peace and security. It has become imperative now, more than ever, to collaborate in addressing the numerous threats. A united approach is essential to confront violations of the UN Charter and international law, as well as emerging threats such as climate change, terrorism, disinformation, and cybercrime. Zambia will, in this regard, continue to support multilateral efforts that uphold the maintenance of international peace and security. Mr. President, Zambia joins calls for a more effective and inclusive multilateral framework to address global challenges in a changing world. Efforts to enhance more equitable global governance can therefore not be overemphasized. Zambia thus supports the Common Africa position on the Security Council reforms. Mr. President, our race to attain the SDGs by 2030 is vividly off track. This has been compounded by multiple converging threats in the form of global conflict, economic shocks, growing inequalities, climate change crisis, widening digital global divide, as well as an unbalanced and an unfair international financial architecture. Further, with the global financing and investment gap estimated between $2.5 and $4 trillion annually, there is urgent need to scale up action and increase financing towards the implementation of SDGs. In Africa, for instance, an unprecedented $1.3 trillion investment is required annually for infrastructure alone between 2024 and 2030. Mr. President, over $300 billion United States of America dollars has been spent on debt servicing by developing countries from 2021 to date. For instance, between 2019 and 2021, Zambia was one of the 25 African countries that spent more on interest payments than on health. Similarly, Zambia was among 7 African countries that spent more on interest payments than on education. It is for this reason, therefore, that Zambia welcomes the UN Secretary General's proposal for a significant multi-year SDG stimulus package of at least $500 billion United States of America dollars per annum. Mr. President, we are delighted by the historic adoption of the Global Digital Compact. Digital technology advancement is a prerequisite for development and attainment of the SDGs. We call for increased investment and funding towards developing digital public goods and infrastructure, especially in developing countries. We also call for implementation of the Global Digital Compact to make internet governance more inclusive. We take this opportunity at this time to take cognizance of the hard work and commitment put in by Sweden, our co-facilitators in the negotiation of the Digital Global Compact. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by congratulating Member States on the adoption of the Pact for the Future and its annexes. It is now time for implementation and to create an equitable and just world. I thank you.
That's great. I thank the Minister of Zambia, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Olivier Nduhungirehe, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Rwanda.
Madam President, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Republic of Rwanda for the opportunity to speak in this important summit of the future. Indeed, the summit represents a landmark moment in our shared endeavor to shape a more equitable, sustainable, and peaceful world. For Rwanda, the Pact for the Future is a testament of our collective vision and commitment to addressing the most pressing challenges of our time. I also wish to congratulate you, Mr. President, on assuming the presidency of the 79th session of the UN General Assembly. Rwanda is committed to working closely with you, and you can count on our full support throughout your tenure as we advance shared goals of global peace, sustainable development, and multilateral cooperation. Madam President, I want to express our sincere appreciation to the co-facilitators of the Pact for the Future, the facilitators of the Global Digital Compact, and the political dialogue for the future generations. Your dedication towards shaping this comprehensive and forward-looking outcome is commendable, and we are grateful for your invaluable contributions. As we welcome this historical pact, we must reaffirm our resolve to the principles and actions that underpin each of its 5 chapters. As Rwanda, we commit to aspirations contained in these outcomes. Our ultimate goal is to ensure that future generations inherit a world that is not only sustainable but also equitable and just for this generation and those to come. Rwanda understands too well the importance of unity and collective decision-making, and we look forward to contributing globally, recognizing that our decisions today will shape the world of tomorrow. Madam President, it is crucial to recognize that this summit is not an end, but the beginning of transformative actions essential to the well-being of our global community. The challenges we face are profound, yet the opportunities before us are immense. Change is an inevitable part of our journey, and it is our responsibility to ensure that this change is purposeful and beneficial for future generations. To effectively address the complex challenges we face, we must embrace a mindset that is both adaptive and forward-thinking, and this requires us to first reform our mindsets, shift from reactive to proactive approaches, embracing innovative solutions and collaborative strategies that address root causes rather than symptoms. Second, foster resilience. Build resilient systems and structures that are adaptable to evolving challenges and capable of supporting sustainable development. Rwanda is prepared to collaborate with all member states and stakeholders to ensure that the principles of the Pact for the Future are realized through concrete and coordinated actions. Together, let us embark on turning our aspirations Pact into tangible results that will benefit all humanity. Madam President, all chapters in the Pact of the Future emphasize the urgency of addressing climate change, strengthening global health systems, preparing for future pandemics, resolving the root causes of conflict for lasting peace, harnessing the transformative potential of technology and innovation, and reforming global governance to enhance multilateral cooperation for effective global challenge management. The Summit of the Future thus presents a crucial opportunity to address these challenges collectively and strategically, setting the stage for a more sustainable, equitable, and peaceful world. After the summit, we must keep the moment to drive reforms in global governance structures, enhancing multilateral cooperation, and creating more effective frameworks to tackle global challenges. With this, let us reaffirm our resolve and dedication to the principles that underpin each of its 5 chapters. To conclude, Mr. President, Madam President, we must shift from the old way of business as usual in maintenance of peace and security and foster dialogue and collaborative strategies to address the root causes of conflict and promote long-term peace and security. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of Rwanda. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Joëlle Clark, Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, climate action and constituency empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis.
I greet you warmly on behalf of the Prime Minister and people of St. Kitts and Nevis. Years ago, one of our most celebrated Calypsonians, who also happens to be the Minister of Environment and of Water and Energy, asked, are we waiting blindly for 2020, in this case 2030, before we act to save people and planet? The Summit of the Future is our moment to pivot into a sustainable tomorrow, presenting an opportunity to pause and reflect on our collective histories and recalibrate a course towards the shared goals of equity, justice, and self-determination as promised in the UN Charter. This is a space to rebuild trust, as stated by His Excellency the Secretary General. St. Kitts and Nevis commends Namibia and Germany for their leadership and co-facilitation of the Pact for the Future. This pact signals a future that delivers on existing ambition and capitalizes on emerging opportunities, including the rapid implementation of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index, the mobilization of loss and damage resources, actioning the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, and the continued advocacy for the Bridgetown Initiative. Small island states grapple with the polycrises of biodiversity loss, plastic pollution, climate change, and the accompanying challenges of food insecurity and threats to our health and national security. The future we deserve demands deep-rooted change that is transformative and lasting. For this, we must redefine multilateral spaces. We must promote unbiased international partnerships that honor the strength and resilience and the tenacity of small islands, systems that respect and include all of our voices. And we must prioritize the needs of those most vulnerable: women, youth, the elderly, indigenous and rural populations. Let us ground our decision-making now with a critical assessment of the global historical patterns of disempowerment and exploitation, which constituted progress for a few and underdevelopment for many. This new contract has the much-needed potential to reimagine small island capacity. For centuries, our islands fueled the global economy. It is time for all to prosper, regardless of size. We must alchemize our common vulnerabilities into engines of innovation, prosperity, and lasting peace. To build on this ideal, our government and our Prime Minister presented the Sustainable Island State Agenda, an acceleration of our 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Truthfully, our action is but a drop, but every drop counts towards strengthening and improving multilateral action. In this vein, I invite all island nations to the May 2025 hosting of the Global Sustainable Island Summit being hosted in St. Kitts and Nevis with our partners, Island Innovation. Let us convene to continue driving actions and concretizing commitments for our shared survival. And as we engage in this Summit of the Future, let us anchor ourselves in its pact and the accompanying digital compact declaration on future generations, being ever mindful of the need to reframe sustainability through the lenses of justice, equity, inclusivity, and peace. Mr. President, every year, the international community convenes in the General Hall. And we repeat every year, now more than ever. But truly, this moment is the now that most islands have feared for a lifetime. St. Kitts and Nevis will harmonize our human existence with nature. Transparent, urgent action now is our duty and the outcomes the birthright of future generations. Let us deliver a world fit for prosperity and survivability, where peace abounds, peace with nature and peace with humanity. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Sustainable Development, Environment, Climate Action and Constituency Empowerment of St. Kitts and Nevis. And I now give the floor to His Excellency Mohammed Ali Nafti, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia.
السيد الرئيس إن المشاركة الواسعة رفيعة المستوى
Madam President, the high-level participants here are numerous. There are young people, there are civil society representatives, and there are also many of them here. That makes this summit an historic moment, one for revitalizing multilateralism and to allow us to tackle current and past challenges, also to shore up security throughout the world, to accelerate the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in order to guarantee sustainable life on our planet for current and future generations. Our global leaders, during a summit held recently, announced that our world continued to face poverty, hunger, armed conflicts, climate change, and pandemics, among other challenges. And the reality does not live up to the aspirations of our founding fathers roughly 80 years ago. Despite the commitments we've taken on, including the commitment to leave no one behind, to protect our planet and to strengthen peace, we continue to face the same challenges. Indeed, the global situation continues to deteriorate, although we are facing numerous shocks, especially in southern countries. There's been an exacerbation of crises. This shows that international government, as envisaged at the end of World War II, is incapable of addressing challenges and addressing the root causes. That is why Tunisia hails the initiative taken by the Secretary General to hold this summit. We need to act at several levels to shore up multilateral mechanisms and to reiterate our commitment to the principles of the Charter and to the respect of international law, including by taking a new approach to international cooperation for the common well-being of nations on the basis of equality, mutual respect, non-interference in internal affairs, respect for the sovereignty of states, and solidarity, while acknowledging our community of destiny and our common responsibility. Tunisia agrees with the Pact for the Future and also the Global Digital Compact, which sets out the principles for a digital world safe for everyone and contributes to bridging the digital divide as well. Next, the Declaration on Future Declarations, which we also endorse. The success of our summit hinges on the serious participation of absolutely everyone in the implementation of the aforementioned documents, which should not remain simply declarations of wishful thinking. We need to transform tangibly our multilateral system. This effort will depend on the political will that we show toward implementing the various recommendations of this summit. That will allow us to overcome the gaps in global governance. We call upon developed countries to make good their commitments for financing and for sustainable development and for climate action. They must do so by helping the developing countries to overcome debt, and they must assist populations in allowing them to make use of their own resources. President, at our last summit, we agreed on the need to leave no one behind. We made it a genuine slogan. This slogan will lose all of its credibility and sense if we exclude the Palestinian people who are experiencing the most atrocious crimes against humanity perpetrated by a barbarous occupation at odds with international law. This organization has a responsibility, a moral and a historic responsibility. We cannot abandon the Palestinian people, a people which is deprived of its liberty, dignity, and right to life, and right to live in security and in stability. Madam President, it is our hope that this summit, which was brilliantly prepared by the United Nations, we hope that this summit will clear the way to a new phase in multilateral action, one grounded in common responsibility and solidarity for a world that is more just, fair, and sustainable. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Migration and Tunisians Abroad of Tunisia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Badr Ahmed Mohamed Abdelati, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Immigration of Egypt.
شكرا جزيلا السيد الرئيس. ترحب مصر بقمتنا اليوم ونراها فرصة لتعزيز العمل متعدد الأطراف في مواجهة التحديات التي تلقي بظلالها على الدول النامية وتؤثر على مساعيها لتحقيق التنمية المستدامة بحلول 2030. كما تعرب مصر عن تقديرها لمبادرة
L'Égypte voudrait dire combien elle apprécie l'initiative du secrétaire.
أجندتنا المشتركة من أجل تطوير الحوكمة الدولية حفاظاً على السلم والأمن وتحقيقاً للتنمية والازدهار.
In order to promote international governance for safeguarding peace and security, to carry out development, ensure prosperity, and guarantee that everyone is able to enjoy their human rights on the basis of equality. That's why we organized the Aswan Forum for Peace and Sustainable Development last July as a prelude to the Summit of the Future in order to present our vision with regard to the multilateral priorities for governance and for the role of young people. Egypt welcomes the adoption of the Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact and the Pact for Future Generations, and we'd like to share with delegations our views on how we can build on the outcome of this summit. With the exacerbation of the situation with regard to peace and security, we need to renew our commitment to the UN Charter in respect for the sovereign equality of states in order to maintain the credibility of international order in accordance with these constant parameters and not have dual standards. We defend the Palestinian cause. We are in favor of an independent Palestinian state in the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, and we confirm our trust in the justice of the international system, but this is being sorely tested given the impotence of the international community in putting an end to the tragedy happening in Gaza and which is in danger of extending to Lebanon and the whole region. Egypt is very much attached to the territorial integrity and the stability of Somalia throughout its national territory. We stress the importance of the territorial integrity of Sudan as well. And then the successive developments, I think, reflect the need to increase development funding and to reform the global financial architecture in order to reduce the gap between states and address the current imbalance that exists and which has left a lot of people behind in terms of prosperity. We must respond to the aspirations of our peoples to eliminate poverty and hunger, increase growth levels. And for this, we need funding for development, and we need to reach understanding on innovative solutions and mechanisms that will be beneficial for developing countries with a view to concessional funding that will not add additional burdens on these countries. Thirdly, we need to ensure that we're able to promote technology transfer by forging digital cooperation and increasing research and development programs and strengthening capacity, particularly in Africa, in addition to the need to support African countries' efforts to counter the negative effects of climate change on the principle of common but shared responsibility, common but differentiated responsibility. We must do everything to address water shortages as well and promote cooperation with regard to water and cross-border water arrangements according to international agreements. And Egypt fully endorses the absolute priority to totally remove nuclear weapons to guarantee current and future generations a safe future, given the disastrous consequences that arise from the use of these weapons. And we're also in favor of a Middle East area free of nuclear weapons. The speaker's microphone was cut off.
Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Comoros.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege for me to be able to address you on behalf of Mr. Azali Assoumi, Head of State of the Union of the Comoros, at this global event, the importance of which no one could call into question. This summit for the future brings us together indeed to renew global solidarity in order to ensure that we respect our global commitments. Mr. President, sustainable development requires strengthened, enhanced action in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly in the least developed countries. Funding for development in this regard is a critical challenge because there cannot be any progress made without it. Therefore, it's urgent, in our view, that the international community implement an innovative and ambitious funding mechanism that will support our initiatives and mobilize further resources in order to enable countries to follow the sustainable development path. Technology transfer, technical assistance, access to clean energy and access to an energy mix should be priorities when it comes to funding. It's crucial that we support business and improve access to funding for young people and for women, whilst at the same time promoting universal social protection in order to reduce the informal labour market and improve access for decent jobs for all. The Union of the Comores would like to appeal to the North to honour their commitments taken to fund the SDGs in the countries of the South. Mr. President, international peace and security are very important for sustainable development, and so strengthening multilateral institutions is particularly important to resolve the existing conflicts and prevent new outbreaks of tension. The very objective of multilateralism, amongst other things, is to prevent war by building bridges between different views and interests. We must therefore do everything in our power to restore the authority of the United Nations and respect for its charter, international law and international humanitarian law. Mr. President, scientific and technological progress and innovation are so important for the economic and social changes needed in our times. That must be accompanied by partnerships, knowledge transfer and cooperation based on research and technology. The Global Digital Compact should enable us to reduce the global digital divide and increase access for each country to these innovations. We must cooperate together to ensure that the digital revolution is of benefit to everyone and that it is guided by principles of inclusivity, ethics and accountability, particularly in the sensitive area of artificial intelligence. The Comores unreservedly supports initiatives aimed at strengthening digital cooperation and encouraging innovation as an engine for development. Mr. President, the future is now. We cannot wait, and we must improve the global system for current as well as future generations through national governance and investment in youth. The fight against youth unemployment, access to universal education, actions to prevent social conflict and improve the lives of young people and improve their participation in decision-making bodies. All of these things should be priorities for all of us. The future of our planet is in the hands of young people, future generations. It's our duty to leave to them a world of peace.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Comoros. I give the floor to His Excellency Lejeune Belambela, Minister of Foreign Relations of Cameroon.
President, I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak, and I'd like to take this opportunity to express that it is a great pleasure and indeed an immense honour that for me to make this statement during this meeting on behalf of His Excellency Paul Biya, President of the Republic of Cameroon and head of our state. I quote his statement, "We have just adopted the Pact for the Future and its two annexes. They cover digital aspects and future generations." I wish to congratulate all those involved in the negotiations who were able to overcome their differences and reach agreement on what was essential in order to reach consensus, the consensus which unites us and that we are currently celebrating. Indeed, it was a lengthy and laborious negotiation, but ultimately we made it. We have proven once again, that real political will and a high awareness of a common good means that we can achieve the goals that we set ourselves. The Pact for the Future that we've just adopted is a real gamble on peace, on sustainable development and human dignity for current and future generations. Thanks to its guidance and the objectives contained in it, and above all, thanks to the specific actions contained therein, this pact is a suitable way of guiding us towards the future that we wish to see, the future that we have defined together. And we defined the priorities of this in this very building several years ago. This, the planet and humankind are priorities, as well as eradicating poverty, shared prosperity, and also the need to leave no one behind. In order for this pact to be implemented effectively, we must act without further delay, showing a renewed political will. The challenges that we're facing are growing in number and are gaining in complexity. Particularly, they've been globalized. It's a question of the future of humankind in this ever-changing digital world. Science and technology have indeed in good hands some of the best tools to achieve growth. Together, and indeed the pact that we've just adopted, brings all these tools together with unity, solidarity and humanity at its heart. This is the end of the quote. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Relations of Cameroon. I give the floor to His Excellency Ki Huan Kweong, Deputy Foreign Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs of the Republic of Korea, for
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished representatives, first of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to Germany and Namibia for their dedicated efforts, which have led to the adoption of the Pact for the Future. The international community have worked tirelessly to identify actions that should be taken to bring about meaningful changes and benefit future generations. The Pact charted a path to a better future for all of humanity and reaffirmed our commitment to multilateralism. Now it is our duty to ensure that our commitments resonate far beyond this room to shape a more sustainable future for all. The actions outlined in the Pact must be implemented collaboratively by member states, international organizations, civil society, and private sector. With this in mind, I will highlight key priority areas that Korea is focusing on to advance sustainable peace and prosperity. First of all, science, technology, and innovation must be harnessed in a way that promotes and protects human rights and serves peaceful purposes. Korea is committed to advancing human-centered AI technology to drive progress towards the UN SDGs. Following the AI Seoul Summit in May, Korea convened AI Global Forum to push for the establishment of AI norms in the private sector. In early September, we also hosted the Responsible AI in the Military Domain Summit 2024, where we presented a comprehensive blueprint for military AI norms. Tackling new and emerging challenges is also crucial for building a more inclusive, open, and safe future. As a member of the Security Council, Korea prioritizes responses to cybersecurity and climate security. In June, Korea hosted an open debate on cybersecurity as president of the Security Council, which helped establish a solid foundation for planning an effective response to cyber threats. Korea also supports the role of the Peacebuilding Commission as a platform for sharing good practice among member states and fostering partnerships among diverse stakeholders. When serving as chair of the PBC in 2017, Korea drew on its development experiences and played a role in fostering strategic partnerships between the PBC and international organizations and financial institutions. This helped countries in transition mobilize both political and financial support. Korea will remain fully supportive of the PBC's efforts to make further progress in this regard. Securing development resources is a key to achieving sustainable development goals. Korea has consistently increased its ODA with an expansion of over 30% this year compared to last year. Notably, at the first Korea-Africa Summit held in Seoul this June, we pledged to continue to expand our ODA to Africa up to $10 billion by 2030. The efforts of the government sector alone are never enough to mobilize resources. It is essential to forge close partnerships with various stakeholders, including the private sector, to benefit from their resources, expertise, and technology. In this context, Korea is advancing innovative cooperation projects with businesses, including small and medium-sized enterprises and startups. Korea will continue to actively participate in international efforts to accelerate progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals. I sincerely hope that this Summit of the Future marks a pivotal moment for change. It presents a great opportunity for every member state to be united their commitments to the Pact for the Future. And let us seize this opportunity. Thank you very much.
I thank the Deputy Foreign Minister for Multilateral and Global Affairs of the Republic of Korea. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Israel.
Thank you, Mr. President. While Israel is fully committed to this pact and the pursuit of the SDGs, we continue to face relentless attacks from non-state actors that threaten our very existence. As we gather here today to speak about the future, hundreds of rockets are being fired at our civilian population. Let me be clear, we are a peaceful nation. We do not seek war, nor do we desire it. However, we will not stand by as our people are attacked. We will use all means at hand, our determination, our innovation, and our strength to protect our people. Last night, hundreds of thousands of Israelis slept in bomb shelters as Hezbollah, a terrorist organization which holds Lebanon captive, fired upon them. Since October 8th, over 8,000 rockets have been fired at our people. Over 70,000 have been forced to flee their homes, becoming refugees in their own land. We did not start this war, but we will protect our homes, our land, and our people. Yet, despite these dire conditions, Israel remains steadfast in promoting the SDG agenda. We pursue these global goals while fighting terrorism on multiple fronts. This is the real story of Israel. Despite immense challenges, we are still able to lead on innovation, sustainability, and the advancement of human rights. Our resilience proves that building a better future is not only possible, but essential. Even as we defend our people and homeland, we are here today to focus on that future, our shared values, our values that will shape the future. Each generation has faced its own challenges, and ours is no different. What sets our time apart is the profound impact our nations can build together. The question we ask ourselves: how will we work towards eliminating poverty? Will we act quickly enough to save the planet? How might technology benefit humankind rather than being used to spread hate? These are critical questions, so crucial that giving form to our vision for the future has been an ambitious and difficult process. We must recognize that putting it onto action will be even more difficult. Yet, we cannot be paralyzed by the enormity of the task. This is not a gift to the future, but an obligation that we must pay forward. Mr. President, over the past year, we have seen anti-Semitism escalate from words to acts of terror. It is imperative that member states confront anti-Semitism wherever it emerges, for only through collective action we can make a lasting difference. Simply put, we need more than words and declarations. We need immediate, dramatic action from all countries and all individuals. Mr. President, we cannot allow the pursuit of the SDGs to come at the cost of our democratic values. Just as we stand united against violent extremism and terrorism, we must also oppose repressive regimes that fund and support those terror groups. Israel firmly believes that we cannot leave a legacy of fear, oppression, and terror for future generations. We must act decisively against terrorist organizations that blatantly disregard the safety and welfare of their own people. Mr. President, the challenges will not be easy to overcome. If they were, we would not be here today. However, the State of Israel believes that there is far more that unites us than divides us. The differences we observe are often more about the different paths we take forward our shared goals. We must come together in this spirit, facing today's challenges head-on and recognizing that delaying difficult decisions is no longer an option. We can and we must meet our obligations, the future, the planet, and all those who will inhabit it. For them,
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel. I now give the floor to the Central African Republic, to the distinguished representative of Central African Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Central African Republic welcomes the adoption today of the Pact for the Future, to which is annexed the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations. This adoption is a sign of a reaffirmed willingness in our common ability to find shared prosperity. This ambitious pact and transformative pact is an important step to re-establish, restore trust in our common humanity. This can be seen in a renewed commitment to leave no one aside and to protect our planet. I remain convinced that the implementation of specific actions within this pact and its annexes are necessary in order to speed up the achievement of the SDGs, to preserve rights, to improve global governance, and thus to preserve peace and stability. I would particularly like to stress the word action, which invites us to leave behind the deadlocked environment that has been putting us into a deep sleep for many decades, and where we have seen inequalities in rights get worse over the years, particularly the right to development, the right to a safer and more sustainable world, the right to self-determination, to sovereignty, and the right of people to be involved in global governance. This lack of action that we have seen over the last 30 years, be it in working groups or in intergovernmental negotiations, is what we have seen without our organization even being able to reform itself, particularly reform of the Security Council, which would be repairing historic injustice done to Africa. This Security Council, however, no longer reflects today's world, and where we see double standards, a lack of understanding and taking of sides, that now has become the rule, to the detriment of equality, coherence, objectivity and effectiveness, thus reducing the chances of peace for very many countries and peoples that are suffering. I hope that this pact will not be an umpteenth lost opportunity, and that together we really will be able to change the situation. To do this, we need awareness raising and an immense amount of political support, and a lot of work needs to be done in conflict prevention and funding for development and sharing of knowledge and innovation, so that the new social contract that we are agreeing today will be focused on multilateral solutions for a better future for everyone, particularly young people, girls and women. In Central African Republic, the implementation of the 2030 agenda is limited by internal challenges linked, amongst other things, to the security situation, our landlocked nature and lack of energy. To speed up the implementation of the SDGs, the government has defined and validated a national development program 2024-2028 of $12.8 billion, aiming to build a prosperous country that has quality human capital and resilient and sustainable infrastructures based on a more inclusive rule of law, based on the principles of good governance. The challenge for our country is to move from a situation of emergency to a situation of sustained development that can bring about structural change in the economy, where young people, women and the private sector will be given a priority. In recent years, the youth of the Central African Republic, about 70% of the population, has benefited from awareness-raising activities with regard to the importance of peace. This has been seen particularly in my country. Young people have decided that peace involves entrepreneurship. We have had to rethink, we need to rethink the global financial international architecture. Think again about aid. Help our most vulnerable populations and free up the necessary funding to support our development programs. And here we see the use of new technologies and innovation as being an important lever to increasingly leverage national resources. So this pact will be very important to maximize the use of technology and promote growth. Pooling our efforts together does not mean that we should disperse them. We need to follow the aspirations of our people to build their future and ensure that no one is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of the Central African Republic. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Austria.
Excellencies, so this is the summit of the future. I have to say, it feels much like the present. Permit me at the outset to convey greetings from Austrian President Alexander van der Bellen, as well as his sincere regrets for not joining us today. As you know, Austria, along with our neighbors, has been grappling with the consequences of unprecedented floods. This, of course, demands the President's full attention and solidarity back home, but his thoughts are also with us here today. Summits hold special significance in Austria, a land of many mountains. Every hiker knows that a climb to the summit can be arduous, but reaching the top feels sublime. But you also have to get back down again, and descents can be rough. Getting to the summit of the future was not easy. The negotiations sometimes felt very much like an uphill climb. But with the determination to shape a better future for all, we succeeded. Even with the unnecessary distractions this morning, the adoption by acclamation of the Pact today made two things clear. First, the leaders of the world are committed to bringing about positive change together. And second, they will use this organization, the UN, to address the challenges of today and those we expect in the future. The Pact that we adopted this morning will make processes and institutions more effective and responsive to our needs. There's much that we agreed to. Groundwork for global cooperation on digital technologies, artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, using the immense potential for space as a driver for sustainable development, a new focus on achieving the SDGs and accelerating climate commitments, concrete steps to reforming the UN Security Council, and the will to address reform of the wider international architecture. The actions of the Pact speak for themselves. They show determination to take bold steps for our planet and for future generations. Some highlights of the Pact reflect Austrian priorities that we'll pay particular attention to in the implementation phase, the descent from the mountain, as so to speak, which can also be difficult, such as strengthening the rule of law and human rights, and our commitment to the universal principle that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. On disarmament, we must ensure that nuclear weapons are never used again, and that new technologies empower future generations, not dehumanize them. We need legally binding prohibitions and regulations of autonomous weapon systems. Regarding peace operations, we appreciate the recognition of a new era that is more targeted, flexible and collaborative. We welcome a holistic review of UN peace operations across the entire peace continuum, from prevention and peacemaking to peacekeeping and peace building. Strengthening synergies between the UN and regional organizations, such as through regular meetings, is essential to establish real networked multilateralism. Finally, on global governments, the Pact contains a commitment to a meaningful reform of the Security Council. Together with Ambassador Tariq Al-Banai of Kuwait, I had the honor of co-chairing the intergovernmental negotiations on Security Council reform and facilitating the actions in the Pact, where leaders pledged to ensure greater representation for underrepresented regions and rectify the historical injustice against Africa, where leaders reaffirmed their determination to making the Council more effective, transparent and accountable, including by discussing limitations of the veto, where they agreed to work on the basis of a consolidated model of a new council, and where they agree specific interim measures until the reform enters into force. As the Secretary General said, this constitutes the strongest language on council reform in a generation and the most concrete steps to Security Council enlargement since 1963. This augurs well for the future efforts to reform the Council. Excellencies, Austria strongly believes in multilateralism, that the solution for global challenges lie in cooperation, dialogue and partnership. And it's in this spirit that we're a candidate for a non-permanent seat to the Council at the elections in 2026. In closing, let me thank the Secretary General for bringing us together today. The Pact for the Future shows that there is so much that unites us, so much more than divides us. As the Summit of the Future becomes the event of the past, let us set out for the future with optimism and humility. Multilateral diplomacy can only work with open minds. If we come to the UN not to speak only, but also to listen. If we show respect and believe diverse views are positive. If we engage in the spirit of compromise. If we put acting together first in and through the United Nations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria. We have heard the last speaker for this meeting. The next meeting of the Summit of the Future will take place immediately following the adjournment of this meeting to hear speakers listed for that meeting. Before adjourning the meeting, I wish to inform members that following the deadline of 29 July 2024 for inscription by states and the European Union in the list of speakers for the plenary meetings of the Summit of the Future, the Secretariat has received additional requests for inscription from 3 delegations. If I hear no objection, may I take it that the Assembly decides to reopen the list of speakers for these delegations to hear their statements at the last position in the appropriate category at the afternoon meeting today, 22nd September 2024. I hear no objection. It is so decided. The meeting is adjourned. May I continue? Plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The General Assembly will continue the Summit of the Future under Agenda Item 123, entitled Strengthening of the United Nations System. Before we begin with the list of speakers, delegations are reminded that statements should be limited to 5 minutes for participating states and 3 minutes for other statements. Pursuant to Rule 2072 of the Rules of Procedure, when a representative exceeds his or her allotted time, the President shall call the Speaker to order without delay, which will be done by means of automatic microphone cutoff. In accordance with Resolution 72/313, the All Protocol Observed principle is recommended, whereby participants are encouraged to refrain from the listing of standard protocol expressions
just ain't receiving. Your phone is off the hook. Your doors are all shut. Believe in nature.
to address the Assembly.
Esteemed participants of the summit, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be present on this important summit of the future, and will not take much of your time by quoting the characters of Alan Ford comics and by saying that it is better to have peace and cooperation than war and conflicts, that it is better to be healthy than ill, and I do not want to repeat the empty stories about the observance of international law norms, because the international public law applies only to small and not so strong ones, and only in cases when they are not attacked by the same big ones. And speaking about the most powerful countries, it is incredible with how much lies and hypocrisy they brutally violate the law of the United Nations, and more than anything, peace. Peace is today more important than anything, but no one sees peace as an important value. But all the big ones, while justifying their big politics, speak about a just peace, which means that they should win, and that the other ones not only should lose, but they should be completely destroyed. All the stakeholders, with no exceptions, will refer to those norms of international law which are in their favor, and they will intentionally forget all they have been doing and that they are doing today. They will be reminded of the respective by the other big ones, which will also forget all those misdeeds, but they will find endless violations of the international law in the case of the first ones. Serbia supports the plan of the UN Secretary General. Republic of Serbia supports a pact for the future in spite of having remarks and in spite of the fact that we would like to see more compromise done for the developing countries and that the big countries could better understand the needs of the small ones. All 5 chapters are important to us: sustainable development and financing for development, international peace and security, science, technology and innovation and digital cooperation, youth and future generations and transforming the global governance. But what kind of financing for development, position of youth and sustainable development can we speak about when we have huge regional conflicts in the world and tensions involving almost all biggest world powers? Speaking of remarks, Serbia supports the demand of the Group 77 developing countries, joined also by the People's Republic of China, and we believe that financing of the problem of climate change should be a separate issue and not a part of the financing for development. We believe that the US and the EU will have more understanding for reforms of the existing financing architecture. Additionally, we believe that the remarks of Brazil and Russia, where the issues of the climate and the climate change are more related to security than to development, are serious ones and that they deserve attention. Additionally, Serbia believes that it is very important to find a balance between the Western point of view on the issue of the rule of law on one side and the demand of the numerous countries when it comes to the family and traditional values. Because human rights are one thing, and their abuse and overemphasizing lead towards the destruction of traditional conservative societies, which many countries worldwide cannot accept, and particularly when it comes to family values. And precisely those values are cherished and nurtured by the Republic of Serbia. Serbia is on its European path. Unlike many others, Serbia observes the norms and regulations of international public law. At the same time, Serbia is a modern country with a big growth rate, but also not ready to sacrifice its own traditional values, and it will be capable of resisting all the attempts from the outside that the so-called woke movement is imposing to it as the highest possible value and the state of society that we must allegedly reach in the future. I thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Serbia. I invite His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, a year ago, I stood before this Assembly urging bold reforms of the UN system to tackle the rapidly evolving and increasingly complex global challenges. Today, that call is as urgent as it was then. The planet is heating up. Our climate is in crisis. Oceans are rising. Deserts are spreading, and conflict is engulfing the world. Millions are displaced, poor and without access to basic services. Unfortunately, our multilateral system has proven inadequate in addressing crises such as climate change, inequality, and debt. And it continues to falter in providing any, let alone timely solutions. Without immediate action, humanity will face an unprecedented global crisis. Today, we have no choice but to reject outdated systems and reimagine a framework of international cooperation that works for all 8 million of us in the planet. This means redesigning international financial system, strengthening partnership for common security, bridging the digital divide, and investing in human capacity, especially empowering women and youth. The window to achieve this is, however, fast closing. The Secretary General's 2024 SDG report paints a dire picture. Only 17% of SDG targets are on track, largely due to unmet financial commitments, and developing countries, particularly in Africa and the Global South, are facing severe funding shortages, and the gap is widening. At the 2023 UN SDG Summit, we highlighted the urgent need to overhaul the global financial system. As we approach the fourth Financing for Development Forum in 2025, imaginative solutions for debt relief and development financing are essential to close the SDG gap. We must address the historical injustice of Africa's lack of permanent representation on the UN Security Council as a matter of justice in the ongoing UN reforms. Additionally, region-led peace operations, sustainably funded by the UN-assessed contributions, are critical in addressing today's complex security challenges. In Kenya, we aim to increase forest cover by 30% by planting 15 billion trees, an effort largely led by our youth. 2 weeks ago, I launched Climate Works, a program to employ 200,000 young people in sustainable public works focused on ecological restoration and infrastructure. But we must recognize that the pace of technological advancement, particularly with AI, is widening the global digital divide. Africa holds critical resources for the tech revolution, yet receives disproportionately low benefits. A year ago, I stood here at this assembly to declare Kenya's commitment to contribute to an international security support mission to Haiti. Yesterday, I was in Port-au-Prince to witness the significant progress made by Kenya's Africa-led mission, even with the constraints of limited resources. What looked like mission impossible is now a present and real possibility for peace in Haiti. I hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, whose seminal outcome, the Nairobi Declaration, formed the basis of a common African position in multilateral engagement at the COP and other fora. At the world's 21 IDA 21 Replacement Summit in Nairobi in April this year, the 17th AFDB replacement and IMF SDR rechanneling, we, together with African leaders, championed for significant enhancement of the concessional window of affordable financing available for developing countries to provide critical public services, undertake investment in economic transformation, and implement ambitious climate. On the basis of this progress, we have achieved under our current inadequate multilateral institutional framework, I am optimistic about what we can achieve under a radically reconfigured multilateral institutional framework. This is why reforms are an urgent necessity that we cannot delay. The Pact of the Future has been developed through intense negotiations, sustained discourse between members. I take this opportunity
I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I invite His Excellency Gitanas Nausėda, President of the Republic of Lithuania, to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of General Assembly, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Germany and Namibia for your work in mobilizing the international community for this summit of the future. Your efforts to address the pressing challenges of today deserve the highest praise. Thank you. Excellencies, my country, eager to build a safer, more sustainable and inclusive world, has put constructive work into the Pact for the Future and its accompanying documents. We welcome the commitment by the Declaration on Future Generations to safeguard those who will inherit the world. To shape our future for the benefit of all, we must act with vision, courage, and unity. And we must act now. First, we need to return to the rules-based international order. For Lithuania, this means supporting Ukraine in its fight for freedom and democracy. It is crucially important that Russia is not allowed to walk away with occupied Ukrainian territories. Therefore, Lithuania calls on the international community to put more efforts into limiting Russia's ability to continue its colonial war. Russia must be forced to completely withdraw from the entire territory of Ukraine. Sadly, the lack of multilateral response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine has already put forward serious doubts about the United Nations' ability to maintain global peace and security. Significant reforms of the organization, including those of the Security Council, are clearly needed. The United Nations must be empowered to stop and contain both present and future aggressors. This would contribute not only to global peace and security, but also to sustainable development and human rights. Second, we need to put more effort into achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Right now, one of the key obstacles to accomplishing the Sustainable Development Goals is the lack of financial resources. We need to create a global financial architecture that is more equitable, just, and responsive to crisis. Lithuania is also eager to address the climate crisis. To achieve the goals of the Paris Agreement, we need more investment into renewable energy and innovative technologies. Future prosperity will be driven by digital transformation. While Lithuania welcomes the shared vision for the digital world outlined in both the Pact for the Future and the Global Digital Compact, we also call for addressing challenges related to new and emerging technologies. I'm delighted that under Lithuania's presidency, the Council of Europe adopted the first ever framework convention on artificial intelligence and human rights, democracy and the rule of law. This Vilnius Convention establishes a global standard for protecting human rights from the risks posed by AI. My hope is that it will be set an example of addressing all kinds of global issues through concerted multilateral efforts. Today, I call on the participants of the summit to support the main guiding principles of the United Nations: peace, security, human rights, and sustainable development for all. The future we desire is within our reach. Let's seize this moment to build it together. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Lithuania. I invite His Excellency Filipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to address the Assembly.
President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Your Excellencies. Let me greet and congratulate Your Excellency for chairing this important event and express wishes for success in our deliberations. Excellencies, multilateralism is a key and indispensable tool of cooperation among states. It is a safe vehicle to pursue our common global agenda. The United Nations Charter defined the organization as the center for harmonizing actions of nations to achieve common purposes. It is in this regard that we view the 2023 report of the Secretary General of the United Nations on our common agenda, which charts the way for the next 25 years and stresses the importance of multilateralism. Multilateralism is not just a choice, but an imperative and an unequivocal requirement to address complex challenges, particularly within the framework of international peace and security, which are indivisible. The recent COVID-19 pandemic has demonstrated how important is international cooperation to address global crises. Despite being in a constrained way, the coordinated multilateral response was key to combat and distribute resources that were unforeseen for the most vulnerable countries. The following are some of the complex challenges requiring bold multilateral cooperation: terrorism and violent extremism, endemic diseases and pandemics, climate change that induce natural disasters, among others. Another challenge requiring multilateral engagement is the implementation of the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. However, for the response to global challenges to be more effective, it is necessary to conduct profound resources to the multilateral system, especially with respect to the representation of developing countries in strategic decision-making positions such as the Security Council. On the other hand, we reiterate our firm support to a new international financial architecture that is responsible to challenges of poverty and development of the world, collective decisions that can no longer remain delayed indefinitely. Your Excellency, I conclude by reaffirming the primacy of multilateralism as the best tool to address the complex and multiple challenges the humanity is faced with, and to this end, it is urgent to restore the confidence of our people to international institutions and to an inclusive international law. If we are serious about promoting global prosperity for humanity, Africa, with its youth and hard-working population, with its rich diversity and potentials, it would be a total collapse to leave it behind and exclude it from the most important cycles of decision-making. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique. I invite Her Excellency Gordana Sidjanovska Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia, to address the Assembly.
Respected President, distinguished attendees, it's a difficult task and a great responsibility to talk about the future and abstract from the UN, because it is the only organization that enjoys universal legitimacy and has proven integrity and credibility in resolving humanity's biggest and burning problems. On the eve of the 80th birthday, I am confident that the UN has accumulated enough knowledge, experience, and creation learned numerous lessons, gained wisdom, acquired rich memory as necessary assumptions for a real perception of the present and for projecting the future. The future is neither a fiction story nor an illusion, but a real assessment of expected changes based on a thorough critical analysis of evidence and diagnosis of natural and social conditions. Hence, the future could perhaps be seen as a certain expectation of change. I believe there is no place more appropriate than the UN for a consensus on the future seen through the prism of the biggest dilemmas and challenges. I believe it is a high time to face the ugly reality of wars